Yes. Bust down.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. So much more. The journey begins. All we see are these dead straight lines. I am the one here that will show thee. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the broken life. This is where I make my stand. Please don't take me to your la-la land. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly it's only ever true when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey I won't compromise between the truth and lies. I am the one here that will show thee. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in mind. I am an agent of the broken life. Reality is all I see. I don't need your fantasy. I've had enough of sophistry. I'll find my own philosophy. It was reality is all I see. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until sophistry behind the things I believe that I could see find my own philosophy. You can't bend reality. Become the one here that will show thee. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Don't remind me of that. Become an agent of the Logos. We don't need no sympathy. We are the agents of the Logos. Are we all just so sick of that?
No.
And we are live, I think. I don't know with me Streamlabs, it needs to catch up. There you go. Thank you very much. Yes, we are live. Bit of technical difficulties. We were just trying to sort something out, but we're back. Everything's okay. We will get that sorted. Anybody who's in here, show will go on as usual. Yeah, I think I may have had 2 songs playing as well at the beginning. Whether that fixed at the end, sorry. 2 busters singing at the same time. Yeah, bit of a mess up. So, welcome back to Kevin. We have a Trivium based. Again, we've not really got anything planned. Sound level's good. Yeah. Yeah, we're going live and we're back on Trivium ish. Sort of, I think there's a chance for us to go back over the reason for the Trivium, but since we're into the logic in the Trivium, we can sort of get to the process of why logic and some of the fallacies that the logic throws up. Say the logic, just logic throws up within the oh, sorry, I've got a message on me thing. Everybody okay in this room? Everybody can. We're okay. Everybody's talking back again.
Yep, we're
Okay,
good.
Good. Yeah. So, like I say, we haven't really got anything planned, but I think it's well worth going over the benefits of the logical system and how it's actually used within an argumentative form, as we've sort of had to use over the last couple of days, over some very simple statements. Call them arguments if you want, but I mean, there seems to be some sort of a really strange thing going on now. I don't know whether it's particular to just us within this arena that we're in, or whether it's sort of particular to everyone in general. It seems to be that it's definitely a breakdown in logical thinking, reasoned thinking.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. Yeah. So we're going to go over a couple of things tonight. So I don't know, where did you want to start, Kevin? I mean, have we got?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we didn't have anything formally planned. Just as a refresher, we'll go through kind of what the Trivium is. I think in the beginning here, at least I want to, just to refresh everybody, kind of where we've been, where we're going, why we're there. Bev and I had talked and said, it's probably time, since we're in the logic portion of the Trivium, that we start to think about talking about fallacies. And there's formal fallacies, and there's different ways to describe fallacies, and there's fallacies that aren't really classical fallacies. There's fallacies that have grown up over time. So that could be a very long, possibly laborious conversation. I don't know. But as Bev said, I think some of the conversations that have gone on here in the last, certainly this week, but probably latter part of last week as well, have really brought some, shall we say, logical, fallacious reasoning, rather than formal fallacies that you can identify with its Latin phrase or its Greek phrase and say, "Oh, that's that kind of fallacy." I don't think that's where we're going to be today. So, but I think we did want to talk about some of those fallacious reasonings and what other people might think are fallacious reasoning. It's all open for comment on it. But if I can, because I have a stop here at the bottom of the hour. So for those that have been following us, this will be kind of old hat to you, but we never know if there's anyone new listening in. We started down this idea of the Trivium, which is part of classical liberal arts education. By classical, I mean way back, not just a few decades. We're talking many, 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 many years, hundreds of years. In some cases of parts of the Trivium, thousands of years. So we started out with the Trivium, which is three things, hence the tri part of Trivium. Grammar is the first thing. So we went over some grammar type things, how to look at words, how words are formed, how sentences are formed, how you put words and sentences together, the idea that words have meaning, the idea of predicating. We spent a lot of time on predication, predicating. We're going to go back there as well. And predication is simply what you say about something, or how you say something about something. That's predication. We went over that. So that's a grammar piece, right? So it's coming up with your words. And then the logic piece, which is what we are on now, is logically, or in some sort of structure that makes sense, forming those words in your thoughts. So being able to have logical thought, logical reasoning going on in your mind. This is before you've ever talked to anybody, because that's the third piece of the trivium, which is rhetoric, which is actually expressing those words, grammar, and logic through your voice, actually speaking in rhetoric. So that's the third piece, which we haven't touched on yet, but we're going to soon enough. So that's the trivium. And we've been on logic. And of course, we have the double dose of logic, because we have both on Tuesdays, we have logic night. That was last night. And then when we do the trivium nights on Wednesday, at least since we've been in the logic area, we have the double dose 2-for-1 deal. So that's kind of where we've been. Again, we didn't have anything formally planned, but I think that Bev, you can certainly speak to some of the fallacious reasoning maybe that we've heard and experienced over the last several days. If other people have any fallacious reasoning that they might want to throw out there, we can go over that as well.
Yeah. Can we
Before
go
we
over
get into the
Buster's
actual
thing?
Yeah, certainly we can.
This he's got a 3-4-5, which is very fitting.
Perfect.
With the five senses linking these trivium and the quadrivium. Quadrivium being the base of the triangle, and the trivium being the, well, I don't know. I'd say the trivium was at the heart of it, but I like the idea of linking these two things, the trivium and the quadrivium, together. You have the five senses, which is literally the understanding that you need to be able to experience it. You have to touch that thing. It's the identity of it, doesn't it? It brings it all in together to let reality. You know. Yeah. It's got to be in reality.
Reality. That's what the five senses. I love it. Mm-hmm. Love it.
That's good, the thing. Isn't it? Sorry to interrupt, but it was we've talked about it before. Like things being conceptual. Well, you have to think about things, and you have to, in your mind, have a foundation of critical thinking, reasoning. Like the trivium, gives you that foundation. And then within like the geometry, and even like with the music, it's all linked. But you have this conceptual thing in your mind of a foundation of right thinking, like critical. So that when you take that into your, like Bev said, the five senses, it helps you to relate that conceptual to, physically doing something. If that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense, and it makes perfect sense that the 3-4-5 is there as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just to me, it's like, I love that. It's so simple. Foundational thinking, correct thinking, and then when you use it, when you realize it into reality with your hands, with your eyes, with your, when you have a good foundation of right thinking, critical thinking, you're going to do things correctly.
Absolutely. I love that. I think that goes very well with the idea of why we got into this in the first place as well, right?
Yeah.
We've talked for a long time about reality versus conceptual type things and models and all those kinds of things. It's one of the reasons why we got into the trivium in the first place.
Yeah. I like it. That's it. Yeah, that's why we're here. I guess Logos has led us to the trivium, but trivium, I think, has solidified what we do into a more cohesive sort of thing, right? We can all be, all of us can be involved in this trivium thing because it is so fundamental. It's the first principles of, I'd say, understanding. And the rhetoric would probably be the communication part of it. this is how you personally understand things.
That's right. And rhetoric definitely is the communication end of it. So yeah, as part of the trivium, there's a discipline in there as well, right? It's like, my dad and probably lots of dads and moms to everybody have said, think before you speak, right? Think before you speak.
Yeah.
That really is kind of the way the trivium works, right? You have the words, you have the logic. So you're thinking before you speak, and the rhetoric is speaking. But I love bringing in the idea of the quadrivium, because the four that are in quadrivium are geometry, mathematics, music, right? Is another one.
Astronomy.
Astronomy, but not in the way that we think astronomy. I want to make sure that that's out there. And what was the fourth one?
That's it. You've done it.
Instead of
Arithmetic, geometry,
mathematics,
Geometry and arithmetic are separate.
but yes,
right.
not mathematics, but arithmetics.
Yeah.
Arithmetics. Thank you, Paper.
Yeah, just as in the number at the beginning. That's why it's a completely separate thing, that number inclusion.
Right, because you don't need numbers in geometry. There are no numbers in geometry.
And then you link the number with the space in geometry. And then you link the number with the time within music. And then finally you link the number in space and time in what they say astronomy, which I would call, I was talking to my lad about it, I would say that is what a church is. You use the geometry and the music to link the two together in what they call astronomy. Now, I don't know whether that has something to do with the lights in the sky or not.
My version uses the word cosmology instead of astronomy.
Yeah.
And I've heard it. Yeah, and I've heard it be talked about as creation.
Mm-hmm.
In the olden times. Yeah.
But yeah, that's just my understanding. We've not even got there yet. Like, we haven't even got to rhetoric through the trivium. So I don't want to go too far. Yeah.
That's a ways off.
But it's crazy though. Like, I wasn't taught the 7 liberal arts. I wished I had, but I didn't get schooled in that early. So now trying to go back and reformulate and get the correct thinking, but it makes perfect sense because I've played music, 20 plus years, and everything that we're learning is within the music. I mean, it all links, You take a chord wheel, a music wheel with all of the notes, and when you start connecting certain notes, what they call a chord within the wheel of notes, I mean, just those are just common words that are throughout. But
yeah, and just bringing up this 3-4-5 triangle thing with the 5 senses and then that being reality. To me, that's where the fallacious reasoning, or when you get to fallacies, come in. Because if you're living in this, right, if you have this foundation, you're living in reality. When you hear that fallacious reasoning, or you hear fallacies, it's like I don't know how I would describe it. Maybe like if anyone has had a hangnail, on your finger, you've had a hangnail, and you rub it against your pants or something, or your shirt, and you go, oh, that hurt. Oh, every time I walk and I brush my finger up against my pant leg, it hurt. It's like that. You just know something's off, something's wrong, something's off. And it's because you have this foundation. If you don't have this foundation, everything can seem off, nothing can seem off. It doesn't really matter because you don't have the foundation. So I really like that. Absolutely, Buster. Great.
You could be super literal with this simple depiction in that in the geometry, you've got the triangle axiom. And then within the number, like the arithmetic, you could put a number, a unit to it to measure each side. And then in reality, with your 5 senses, with the foundation of the geometry, the arithmetic, you could realize that. And Carpenter's builders do it every day. 3, 4, 5. You know, you take 1 unit of measure. You can have 3 of those units of measure, 4 or 5, and with your hands, you can make a right angle. You start curving one of those lines, and not a right angle anymore.
No, you deviate from it just like you deviate from logic,
right?
Which is fallacious reasoning. Yeah, absolutely.
What happens if you take away that side? That trivium. Just poof, get rid of it.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
Yeah. Right, you end up with fallacies, don't you? You've got no logical base there. You've got no logical structure. You just take it away, poof. And that's what they've done.
I would compare it to music. Let's say that in music you can have minor distance between like minor third or major third, and you can also have pure what it's mean intervals, pure like quint or quart or octave. So I would say that straight line is octave, and if you are you can make pitch of one of these tones higher than octave, and it's starting to dissonance. So this is off. So straight line would be, for example, octave, and if you are distort your tone or pitch of one of these tones, you are like curving straight line. It is off. You can hear that in music.
Yes.
So, and you can hear it sharp. It is. You don't need to go off with a sound very long distance in pitch. You just need 1/10 of octave to distort, and you can hear that.
Oh yeah. You can. Yeah, most people don't know what the cents are, but like when you're tuning a string, or a note of an instrument, the cents are
1 of 100 of a tone.
Right.
So you can hear that this is not octave, and this is very very sorry sound. If you can hear octave that is not octave and it is off, it sounds very very badly. Or quint, which is off, because quint is only one way. It has to be pure, like straight line.
Yeah, and so this obviously Logos has brought this in. Thank you again, Buster. It's fabulous. If you don't have that foundation, you won't be able to catch the notes when they're off, right? You won't hear it. What Bev has said many times, I heard it today, I heard it yesterday, is they just can't see it. Whoever the they is, right? Quote they just can't see it. Can't see it. You can't hear it. You can't see it, and you can't feel it. But it's clearly fallacious.
That's what I was going to say. It's not just hearing; it's feeling it and seeing it also, even in music.
Yeah.
And if people in the audience who don't have their ears tuned to the music, you play a note off, they're not going to catch it most of the time. If your ears, trained to hear the note being off, you'll catch it. But most of the audience, you can play a bad note here and there, and they won't catch it. Well, their ears not trained for it.
Yeah, you're right. Even like if you go to do like vocal training, which almost every singer will do, you train your ear to hear a note that's tuned correctly, like what Paper was saying with being in tune. It's you don't want it out a few cents either way. So when you practice a note and you sing along with it, you train your ear to hear that correct note and you mimic it.
Exactly.
So I'm
Yep.
hard of hearing, but I can hear missteps in music.
Yeah.
I can hear what a pure voice is or a pure note is, but I can't hear you speaking to me in a room. You know what I'm saying, with background noise. But like, if I go listen to music or listen to Buster or whatever, I can hear almost every mistune or mistake, but I can't hear him talking. It's weird. It's different. Some people can hear better, you know, speaking to someone, or some people can hear music better. They're in
Absolutely.
tune, right?
Absolutely.
I think it is matter of focusing, because this is the same as in thinking. Because in thinking you have to focus on the topic and not deviate in your thought from topic. That's I think that the same focus you need to hear music, to focus on, because this is logical process. Some people think that this is just feelings, but in my experience it is rather logic process you have to involve with hearing,
Yeah.
because you want to know what you are hearing.
Obfuscation will get your feelings off the topic. They'll get them on, you know, something else, and where you can't hear what is being said about the specific topic. That's why they just, you know, go on to one thing or another and scattergun. All the tactics are meant so to get you out of tune. That's all it is. It all goes, like Buster said, it all goes back to music or frequency, or, you know, the basic tuning fork of life.
Well,
That's what I call it.
it's more than that, because that's why the music is in the quadrivium and not in the trivium, because the trivium, you build that foundation of logic and critical thinking, so that follows into the other areas to where it things will logically work out. You have this note that's tuned to this frequency, then this other note is tuned to that one, and then you tune your ear to hear it.
Right. Question for you, Buster, because I don't have a musical bone in my body, and I got to leave here in 3 minutes. But um, do you think that if you weren't, if you didn't have some kind of logical mind, regardless of the fact that you haven't gone through the trivium before we started going through it, or been brought up in a classical education, if you didn't have that, do you think it would be as easy to see the musical notes being slightly off where someone else might not be able to see it? Is that a thing? I don't even know. It's an honest question.
So,
Like, do you train your mind? Do you train your mind as a musician logically to be able to hear when you're off? Because I've heard you do tunes for us and stuff. And you go, it's not quite the way. And to me, it sounds great, right? But I don't have a musical bone in my body, so
well, you okay? Look, I just got to put this out there. I've never been like classically trained. I have learned what I learned, but I do know that through when you do play an instrument and you try to be as correct as possible, and over time, as you keep tuning it and you use like say a tuning fork or the newer digital gadgets, the more you do that, the more your ear gets tuned, so that when you play a chord, if one of your strings is off, you just hear it like that. So, but within the music, is that what you were asking?
yeah, exactly. Because I know for logically for me, and I don't know how Bev feels about this, but like, unless you've trained your mind to be able to feel that hangnail, that something is off, you can easily be go anywhere you want. It's like Bev said, take the three out, take the trivium out, and where are you? You're lost, right? So, but we do see people all the time, whether it's not, maybe not necessarily with music, but with logic, right? We see people all the time and hear people all the time, and we talk about it. We say they just don't see it. They don't see it. They're on the bridge of asses and they just don't see it. They can't get out of it. They don't see it. They're
I don't
stuck.
think there's a difference.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a difference either.
I
I'm
don't.
with
I
you.
think frequency can, like, that sound that can build you up, right? Can lift you up high and make you feel a certain way. and it can also tear you down if it's not in tune. Same thing in life.
And
Same
there's
thing.
people there's people out there that aren't affected by music. That I don't understand at all because it affects me so deeply. And I know people who just don't give a shit about music.
Yeah,
Don't
but
care.
it's still correct, logical music, like that's like the music theory, and when something's beautiful,
Harmony.
everybody is affected by it, whether they recognize music or not. They're still affected by it because
The
like
vibrations are hitting them. Yeah.
well, they're hitting them, but
Absolutely.
like you, I don't know if you've ever seen it before, but there's been, I mean, tons of people have shown this. I'm not new with this idea, but you take a video of like like say you're underwater and you film a bunch of sharks. Well, if you put clown music to that, it's not gonna have the same effect as if you put the dun dun. It affects you whether you realize it or not.
Absolutely, horror movies are all about that. Yeah,
Well, but
for sure.
To
Big
get
time.
back to like the logic of it, it's a logic. The foundation of logic helps you to work through how music is built. And I don't mean to get this off on a music thing. I know we were going to go to fallacies, but
Oh, this is good, bro. You know why? I got to thinking when you said about the vibrations, like how good it is when you hear something good. But when you get that back feed, the squelching sound, that ee,
Shriek.
yeah, it's shriek, right? Instantly there's something wrong, right?
It's not in
Now I
harmony.
equate that. Yeah, I equate that with us seeing that shriek, that nonsense, right, in the logic, and other people it's like beautiful music to them. La la la. That's what a good analogy.
Can I?
You know what I'm saying? Does it make any sense?
yeah.
Can I just bring it back that one step? Right. Kevin did his start. He's got a meeting now for another half hour.
Sure.
I was hoping to put in the fact that the use of this trivium is still being used. It does get taught. It's not taught. There are certain people that get taught this. There are people that teach their children these things specifically because this gives you a good understanding of how the education system works. This is a founding of all things, really. This is what you start off with, and the trivium especially. The trivium is the basics, the foundations, the first principles of how you are able to reason.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think grammar, being the understanding of the word, is taught in school. That is still used, but as we found, it's not the understanding of how words are formed and all of that, like the trivium has.
Phonics.
Yeah. Whereas the logic, completely gone. Never been taught in schools.
Mm-hmm.
For a very obvious reason. The other one, rhetoric, which I'm hoping to still get better at. That's the bit I'm looking forward to. I think I can still improve a lot of myself within rhetoric. But I don't know whether that's taught in schools. It may be within drama classes, but it's not taught as fundamental as this sort of stuff is meant to be.
I think, and I wasn't taught it in school, but from what I understand, like you have to wait until you're in university to give, like, and you have to choose
That's when we
whatever.
were taught. Yeah, it was an elective, logic, reasoning, and rhetoric. Basically, was the class,
which is
they
crazy.
All three together, which is nuts.
Well, but to wait until you've already went through
the schooling process, right? You've
schooling.
already gone through the entire process,
right? Exactly. And it's an elective, like it's just if you're slightly interested in it,
right?
It should be like he said, the genesis of all things, creation, or the beginning of language should be, that's when it should be taught. Right? It's not at all.
Which is why I wanted to point out at the beginning, right? If you have this understanding of reasoning and you're taught how to use words and how words are important, right? The actual identity of the thing that you're talking about is ultra important. That's what the grammar part of the Trivium taught me. That, the identity, that is basically the law of identity wrapped up in one thing, and the use of the word that gets linked to whatever it is that you're talking about. Logic, obviously, is will explain itself when we start talking about fallacies and all of that. For the reason for logic is to find these fallacies, right? To find fallacious reasoning, to find good reasoning, to look for good arguments. And then obviously rhetoric is how to communicate that understanding that you've got and to confer with other people, to check, to repeat and confer with other people how well you can communicate. It's no good having all of the use of the words correct and the perfect logic, but no way to communicate it with anybody.
No rhetoric.
Yeah, it just wouldn't go across. It wouldn't, so all of those are needed to come together. But once you have that, the whole reasoning and everything, you are then able to apply to the number form and then extend that to geometry. You are still just as able to express all of the things you've learned earlier through geometry. And like Buster said, I mean, I don't know much about the music, but it seems like it's linked really closely to geometry.
Oh,
in the words and everything.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, I would love. I mean, I like I said, I don't want to get the cart before the horse, but like going through, I love this going through the logic, grammar, and rhetoric. That foundation, it follows. I can see why that was the Trivium, and then the music's in the quadrivium, just because there's logic within music.
It's the resonance, the resonance. The church has figured it out, right? Like Bev was saying before.
Yeah, that's
the organs.
Just within like how you learn notes and how notes are sequenced, there's a logic to it.
Yeah, but it induces a feeling in you, certain. Like the shark thing, dun 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 dun, or the class. Like certain notes induce certain feelings in you.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. All I was saying was that just within how notes and the sequences, there's a logic within it, and there's an identity.
Yeah, that Jaws thing is only a half step. It's EF. That's all it is.
Logic and logic in process of learning, because I think that you, Booster, can improvise on guitar. So if you can improvise on guitar, you definitely have to use logic, because it is not only that you can memorize something, because if you can memorize some piece of music and repeat it, it also involves logic. But if you can improvise, you are utilizing, you are making it in real time logic thinking, logic process in real time. This is improvising, because without logic you will just it would be not music, because music is organized notes, so to speak. So
organ, but it's also replicating nature. You go out into nature and hearing crickets chirping, birds chirp, whatever.
It may replicate, yes, but I am talking about playing by player. So to do that, especially while improvising, you definitely have to use logic thinking.
Well,
this is
that's
process.
You're making my point for me. They have to use logic to try and Well, in nature, you have a very specific reason why you're chirping, right? You're either trying to get a mate or blah, blah, blah. Same thing in music. You're logically trying to perform, organize, create that feeling and resonance in people in groups to achieve something. It's no different.
Yes, of course. But this it has to involve logic. It cannot be just pure intuition or
Yeah, of
whatever.
course. Everything does.
But
From the beginning
especially
to, yeah.
especially process of learning. It has to involve. Without logic, you cannot learn anything. By the way, not only music, but anything. So. In process of learning of music, you have to involve logic very hard.
You can tap your feet or snap your fingers alone, right, and create a rhythm or a frequency within you that makes you feel good. You don't need anyone else. You don't need any other instruments. You clap or do things like that are the same thing. Basically, the musical instruments just intensify and increase that feeling. If you do it right and it's in tune and harmony, then you get that great feeling. If it's not, then you get that shriek or shrill or whatever.
Yes, that's why proper reasoning I can compare to play a very well tempered instrument, and performing a logical fallacy I would compare to playing not tempered instrument at all.
It's just like a note that's out of tune. You can tell when an argument is out of tune, Yeah.
Yes. But if you have not tempered instrument, all notes are off.
Yeah, if the mind is not clear and calm, like Spot On says, yeah, definitely.
So do you think you have an obligation to reject bad arguments?
An obligation? We're not the police, but yeah.
First off, you have to work out whether it is a good or a bad argument, Brenda. How do you determine that?
Well, you would determine that formally, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah. How would you determine it?
Formally.
What would you do with a bad argument then? Would you entertain it?
If I didn't know it was bad, I would entertain it. And if I could show that it was unsound, then I would reject it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I said is, do you think you have an obligation to reject bad arguments?
Probably to find out bad arguments, I would say.
So not to reject bad arguments.
Well,
Or
once you find out they're bad arguments, then you can reject them, like you just said. Yeah. So you have an obligation to find the bad arguments first, and then I would say another obligation to point them out to everyone, so everyone can know what a bad argument is.
But particularly about one's own arguments.
You always check oneself, Brenda. Yes, I agree with you totally.
So when you discover that something that you propose,
check yourself before.
And if it's shown to be unsound, you should reject it, even if you're really butthurt because of that.
Great
yeah,
point,
I agree with you, Brenda,
agree.
Completely. Yes, don't get butthurt.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself.
So when Beatty proved that your argument was fallacious.
Who?
What was his name?
I don't know. What did you call him?
Beatty? Whatever. I don't remember his fucking name.
Ooh, it's okay, Brenda. Calm down. It's only a name. I just want to make sure for clarity's purposes. It was the guy we don't know whose name is. He did what?
He demonstrated that your argument was unsound.
Did he? Which argument was that? The one that all horizontals are parallel?
Yeah.
Did he show a horizontal that wasn't parallel?
He showed that your argument was fallacious.
It wasn't really an argument, it's a statement. Isn't it? All horizontals are parallel. That's a statement. Not an argument, really, is it?
What you're doing, Brenda, is an argument.
Picking an argument for no reason, actually, to be more accurate.
He did get a claim from you, Bev. And you
It
did go
get a
through.
claim from me. Yeah, it's definitely a claim. I definitely make that statement.
Yeah,
All
but
horizontals are parallel.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is statement. This is not argument. This is statement of fact. Maybe false or correct, but this is statement. This is not argument because this is not a syllogism.
Yeah, he showed how that proposition was false,
Mm-hmm. Brilliant.
based on false premises.
Brought false premises of a statement.
Yeah, that were
You're
assumptions.
gonna have to elaborate.
Wait a
Brenda.
minute, Bry. All horizontals
Rob.
are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yes, this is
That's
statement.
the premise.
I'm not going to go through it again, but
Mhm.
he went through it and showed the bad reason.
Why won't you go through it again?
Because it's long.
It's long.
I'm
So-
sure you
so-
can shorten it if you're
So,
intelligent.
Yes, so please could make it compact. Listen again, make it compact, and please deliver us
This
to
is
discuss.
yeah, Brenda, you're here perfectly on the correct time, right? Because what we've got here is we've got a Trivium night, right? And now we're specifically talking about the logic part of the Trivium and the fallacies. So it seems like you've been told there's some sort of a fallacy in the statement around horizontals being parallel. And now you've been told this by some dude that we may or may not know his name, right? Now, can you express it for us succinctly? Just sort of give us the grasp of what it is that you're saying.
What I said was, don't you think you have an obligation when something's been demonstrated to be fallacious to reject it?
Well, all horizontals are still parallel. So I
Yeah.
bet he hasn't done anything to do with horizontals being parallel, right?
Right.
Okay.
that's
So what
false.
is it?
And that's been demonstrated to be false.
What's been demonstrated to be false, Brenda?
You just claimed.
That all horizontals are parallel.
Yeah.
That's been proved false by who?
I forget what his name was. What was it? B-E-D?
All right. You come in here,
Debbie?
Brenda, and say that some dude has proved that horizontals aren't parallel. You don't know his name, and you don't know the method that he's done it. But somehow, this random person has stopped horizontals from being parallel. Amazing, Brenda. They are still parallel, though. So
No, but that's been shown to be false.
how?
So you have an obligation to reject it.
By a guy, you don't know his name, you don't know how he did it, you don't know anything about
This
him.
does not
wait.
sound... Go on.
Can I ask one question? Do you have an obligation just to blindly believe somebody you don't know his name or be able to explain his argument?
His name is irrelevant to the truth of any claim that any person makes.
Do you have
Okay,
an obligation to just believe what he says?
Okay,
No.
so can you present his counter argument
I'm
for
not.
this statement?
That's not the focus of what I'm saying here. The focus of what I'm saying is the obligation on the part of other people to, once you have something demonstrated to be fallacious to you, you have an obligation to reject it.
Okay, so
Okay, but-
it's fallacious. Okay, brilliant. That's exactly what we're at. What is the fallacy involved around horizontals being parallel? Please.
Yeah.
Just give us
Demonstrate
a
how-
brief outline of that fallacy, since it is Logic Night.
Right. So that's not, I'm not going to go through it because it took quite some time for him to go through it. So I'm not going to.
It's like a magic trick. Did you not see the trick?
So you can just review the video, which you're well
Yeah,
aware
it's a
of.
magic trick, Brenda, that you couldn't see because it's probably wrapped up in a paralogism that you can't see,
So the
and you
point
never
is,
will be able to see it.
so the point is that you have an obligation to reject that.
We did.
You're-
We pointed out his magic trick that you obviously can't see, and perhaps his fallacious reasoning in his argument. We pointed that out the moment he did it, Brenda. And it's obvious that anybody else can do the same. It's a good idea. We might be able to go over that specifically as to find the fallacies within his argument. It's a good idea, Brenda.
There's no such fallacy as the fallacy of magic trick. So maybe you could name the fallacy in his reasoning, which was debunking your claim.
Okay, but if you cannot repeat that debunking, I think that you didn't understand what this guy said. Because I think that you are talking about Baby talking in Blues hangout about this syllogism. And I think that you didn't understand what he said in that hangout.
Is there a syllogism?
Yes, he was talking about syllogism. So maybe we are talking about two separate things. I don't know.
But Bev just denied that there is a syllogism.
Oh, come on, Brenda. Please, this is Logic Night. Formulate your stuff correctly.
Could you present the proper argument supporting your claim that all perpendiculars are horizontal, or whatever it is you're saying?
It is already done by this guy, and he asked us if there is any if it is valid or invalid, and he tried to debunk this. In fact, he was trying to debunk himself, but there is no fallacy in this syllogism. Sorry.
He pointed out a fallacy, didn't he?
Yes, he did, but he did fallacy.
Right. So he pointed out a fallacy. So you have an obligation to reject your proposition.
Not to reject, but I am rejecting his refutation.
Based on what?
Because he is falsely ascribing error to middle term, and he called it a minor, illicit minor. This is incorrect, because horizontals and verticals are kind of perpendicular lines. He was trying to exclude that one thing, vertical and horizontal, from all perpendiculars. And he didn't say why. Why this vertical and horizontal
perpendiculars for?
Yeah, why are you
You're going off all over the place. The statement was about horizontals being parallel. Didn't mention verticals at all. Didn't mention perpendiculars at all.
Yes, but Brenda is talking about Benny's...
No, Brenda's not talking about anything because you're talking. Brenda's not said anything about anything.
Bev is getting anxious, Paper, because you're getting too close to the truth.
No. You are talking now. I am talking about Baby, and you are talking about something else, which was not debunked by anyone.
Brenda's just gonna obfuscate away from everything we ask her, or him, whatever.
Waste the time. Stop wasting time with this person.
Goodbye, Brenda. Goodbye, Brenda.
No, it's not. Brenda, what is the fallacy that Betty came up with? If not, if you can't name the fallacy about horizontals being parallel that Betty used to stop horizontals from being parallel, I presume. Because if the statement is all horizontals are parallel, what's the counter statement, Brenda? That Betty disproved the horizontals too with his fallacy that you still haven't named. What's the fallacy, Brenda, please? And then what does that happen? Right.
Crickets.
Okay.
Crickets.
So again, it's about fallacies. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to stump out the fallacious arguments. Now, Brenda came in with a claim of a fallacious argument, but no fallacious argument, no argument there. And that's
Like
what they do all the time.
Yep.
People get triggered by it. People who are inexperienced of talking to people like Brenda get triggered into the conversation. They fall straight into it. Which was what you did then, Paper. You fell into an argument that was a non-argument. You made the argument up.
Got you, Paper. I'm sorry.
Yes, but still, it seems that Brenda completely didn't understand what Baby was talking to Blue.
Yeah,
nothing.
Absolutely.
Completely nothing.
Yep. Which is exactly true. That's what Brenda does. Brenda doesn't know anything about anything. Betty doesn't really know anything about anything. He may have read up a bit about something, but he doesn't use logical reasoning. Brenda definitely doesn't. And I don't think you did then either. You snapped. Emotions took over. You generated an argument that you wanted to have with Brenda.
No, I thought that I could lead Brenda to what was on the table in this discussion.
Because if you really think you can lead Brenda to that, then it is on you. Because
I think
you gotta know what Brenda's doing, or it's your problem. Like we're pointing out what Brenda does every day. You agree with it, and then you say, "I think I can lead Brenda." No, that's what we're saying you can't do. It's just a waste of time. You created the argument again. Anyway.
Yes, maybe, but at last Brenda left because I think that he realized that the strawman didn't work on me.
No, Brenda left because Bev asked her very pointed question to point out the fallacy, which she can't do. All that needed to be done. Not try and give her ammunition to come back and ask more questions, which is what she was doing.
That's
and
true.
Then point out.
That's our job as logicians, is to point out a good argument and a bad argument. And also to point out the fallacy and to point that out to each other and discuss it, which is brilliant. That's what we do. But we're going to be doing more of this sort of stuff because me personally, I've learned as much as I need to learn. And I think I know all of the tricks that they use and how to shut them down. So there will be less of that sort of stuff. But they can obviously play, and they still will play because I think that's what they still do. They can still trigger people. They've done it for a long time.
Whoever did it earlier, whoever was up against Brenda earlier when she just said cuss words and left without saying goodbye.
Tina.
Tina kept her own point, kept Brenda, here is the point. Can you answer it? And Brenda couldn't, so she cussed and left. Just what she did just then, basically. Just leave when she knew she wasn't going to win. When her tricks weren't going to work, which is all she's trying to do is trick you and get you into an argument that you can't win. It's unwinnable because it's not an argument in the first place. and just waste time. When
Yep.
she can't do that, she just leaves. She feeds on negativity. She wants people to argue and fight and be disgusted and be miserable. I think like she is, maybe. That's just my opinion. And if that can't happen, then she just leaves. Moving on.
I think that Brenda left because he thought that the case was about horizontals being parallel, but he used this hangout on blues with Baby as support, but this is false support because the discussion was about something else. And when he realized that he just said something stupid and unrelated to the topic, he left. I think so. I think that this was the cause.
Here's the GIF. The statement is, right? Like, check it for yourself. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. There you go. If then. Check the P's and Q's.
Yep. Nicely done.
It's not really there's no middle, is there?
There is no middle term because it's based on axiom. So you can put inside this third term, but I don't think I can find on the fly this one.
Well, that is what Brenda is claiming Betty has debunked. Because the only other debunking of that is that they are not parallel. Really, I can't see how Brenda can make that claim.
But
I mean, again, where's the fallacy, right? Should we be talking about the fallacy that Brenda's talking about, or should we be talking about the fallacy of Brenda not actually knowing what the fallacy is that she's claiming? That Brenda's claiming that because this guy has done something that she doesn't know, they're going to undo that. So you just stop using horizontals being parallel because Betty's done something that she doesn't know about. It's ridiculous.
I'm not so sure. Yeah, I want to point out, right? Brenda didn't actually make any claims, like you said originally. It was an argument in the form of, here's an empty claim. You need to accept this empty claim and concede your fallacious reasoning that this empty claim has made. There is no claim. The argument was if it can be demonstrated.
Well, yeah.
But Brenda couldn't demonstrate, so it's an empty claim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Bev pointed it out. Like, I wanted to say right before he said the exact same thing. She didn't know his name. She couldn't explain Betty's argument and just blindly believes it. It's just an empty, just like you said, it's an empty statement.
Yeah, it's a paralogism, right? She's accepted it. Just like Betty's handed it, received opinion from Betty. Here. And I'm presuming, like a lot of people do this, it's not just Brenda, but Brenda's given authority to this Betty character. Right. And is willing to blindly accept anything because Brenda does that.
I almost wrote a song about it. I had lyrics. You blindly believe whatever you want to believe.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yes, and in this case, Brenda was wrong because Brenda misrepresented what Baby said on that hangout because he was talking about something else.
Yeah, Brenda just makes it up. Brenda makes the whole thing up for whatever Brenda wants to make up. Because Brenda's mind is dialetheist. There's no way getting around it. You've just got to be able to, do what Tina did.
What's been the argument?
Exactly. Try and find out off Betty. I mean, it's hard work trying to understand what it is. But they've been doing this all along. With all sorts of things that are statements that I've made. Level is horizontal. That's another one. That they've told me something, apparently, that's meant to make it not.
Well, can we point out other ones?
Yeah, that's what we're doing tonight.
Because I'm tired of talking about that person. But you have an identity of a word. So can we talk about the tangent and the identity of what a tangent is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so touches a point, or it touches the circle at a point. But we've gotten a redefining of that recently, i.e., the toothpick tangents.
Yeah, like I said, I don't want to promote that because I think Wally's been stitched up royally by two very devious and I call them snide people.
Well, then I'll put it this. I'll put it this way. Sorry, skeptical. I'll put it this way. When you have a word that has an identity and it's tied to like geometry, yeah, Bev just posted that. So it has an identity, but when you try to change the definition and the identity of something, it's fallacious. So we'll just go with that, I guess.
Yeah, that's basically what is the tie-in to the Trivium tonight is the identity of these things, because logic is the formulation of geometry, mathematics, many more things, reasoning, right? It's just what governs a clear thinking thought process. It gives you the idea that you can formulate your own truths. That's what I wanted to point out earlier about the Trivium. It is still taught, but it's taught to people of higher caliber, let's say. You know, the ones that they want to reach the upper echelons, because it sort of gives you a founding within yourself to be able to go. And it would be, I would say, it's not taught at schools because it would be very dangerous for teachers to be able to try and do this. Because this process, this teaching, gives you a very critical thought process. And very sharp as well. Like, a sharp mind will go, well, so creative with this structure as your base. You can then use the entire formulation of everything that you're going to learn and apply it to anything, I think.
Well, you can't be fooled. And
yeah, it's like a bullshit detector, isn't it?
And when someone comes that has been fooled, rewind 30 minutes, they'll run away, just like the song says.
Yeah. Once they hit that aporia and they realize there's no answer, they don't even know how to formulate an answer.
Mm-hmm.
They have to just go. Is somebody trying to?
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's just talk about tangent, right? That twin tangent or double tangents, right? The word tangent, obviously, it refers to means to touch, right? And in geometry, we know that a tangent is the line drawn from an external point and passes through a point on the curve, right?
Yeah.
Or basically can be also said it's the line that intersects the circle exactly at one point on its circumference and never enters the circle's interior, obviously, right? So the idea is clear. But for me, for them, having double tangents, how can you even make... That's, for me, it's a non-argument. double tangents, for me, it's like you have two straight lines.
Or two circles.
Yes, because
not necessarily two circles, but you can have a circle drawing two tangents.
Yes, but
which means two. Yeah, go ahead.
If you are talking about two lines, but this is not argument because we are talking about one straight line having two tangent points. Yes, this is the argument of Effie dogma, that on one horizon line he had
tangent.
No, it's not a horizon line. It's one arm of LIGO.
You mean one straight lines giving rise to two double tangents?
Look in the live chat now. Look in the live chat.
Hold on. Just give me a second. Yeah, let me. Okay, right. Yeah, I'm there.
So he's got Hanford LIGO Observatory, which is LIGO.
Okay.
At Hanford.
Okay.
And he's got that thing. I've put A and B there just to make it sure. But you've got end station to corner station. Tangent at A. Tangent at
End
the
station.
end station. Yeah?
Yeah.
Now the line underneath is the corner station to the other end station. But he's put a tangent at B.
You mean C? A to C, right?
Yeah, but at B, he's got another tangent. Can you see that?
That's just... Yeah.
So he's got two tangents, one at A and one at B.
Ah.
That's the problem that they've got. Because just because F.E. Dogma's drawn that, right? F.E. Dogma's done that.
I get that now. Yeah.
Yes, it's tricky because he divided this picture into two pictures. So at the first glance, you cannot see. You may not see that this is on the same line because there are two drawings. But if you look closely, you can see that he rotated this picture of LIGO. So it looks like two different lines. No, it is one line, one horizontal line.
So the common line is A to C.
No, the common line is A to B. He's got a tangent at A and a tangent at B. That's all we need to know about. He's got one straight line and a tangent point at one end and a tangent point at the other. That's it. That's all you need to know. Impossible.
Yes, this is that stupid. Yes, someone may not believe that this is so simply stupid.
It's less than impossible. If that's
Can
possible.
Can that even fucking be an argument? Like, ridiculous.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it even more so funny, because we've been going at this a week, and even I've got this. A few comments from F.E. Dogma recently.
Believable.
There you go. He says, yes, there is a tangent point at A and B. Okay, so even F.E. Dogma admits it. I don't really need to read any of the rest of it. It's just an excuse, but he does admit there's two tangent points, one at A and one at B. The fact he thinks he can separate them or whatever, I mean, it's irrelevant. But that's what Kevin was saying earlier. I mean, they can't see it. To them, it's okay. They're allowing it. It's acceptable. It's like having an acceptable paradox.
Right, where I said it's like a hangnail and you feel it.
Mm-hmm.
For them, their whole finger is half chopped off and they still can't feel it. Still don't know. It's not even a hangnail. It's worse than a hangnail.
It's more than impossible.
Yeah.
See,
I mean,
I see it just a little bit different. To me, it's the trailblazing. You know, the aporia is the pathless path, and I just see them as blazing a trail, and you're trying to say, no, just you need to go this way if you're trying to get somewhere. And they're just totally going.
It has to be done, right? The model dictates that this
Yes.
has to be done. Forget
Yes,
about the fact that it's us that's saying it on the other side. That just makes it 100 times worse. I mean, it would be better if we weren't saying these things and pointing out these fallacies that they've got. I mean, they'd probably enjoy it if we weren't going to do that, but we're not. That's specifically, that is what we are going to be doing from now on. Pointing out the fallacies within arguments.
We've been doing that without even realizing it for how long?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have the feeling, right? You know when a note's off. You know when you hear a logical, what's purported to be a logical argument that it's not logical. You know, you can feel it, you can hear it, you can sense it. It's like
The
Rakia
only
said earlier.
difference
It's
now
all
is we
those
have a
things.
name for it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now
sorry,
we know
Kevin.
now we know where it comes from and how you end up getting there, right? And it's not that we had to go through the trivium necessarily to get that, because I think at least everybody that I know in this room, definitely has been known to be able to determine when something is quote off, right? Something's off. But the trivium gives you that structure around it. It's like the 3, 4, 5 that Buster brought. It's that structure, that foundation. You go, oh yeah, that's how I know it's off, because it's like you're trying to build a deck that's lopsided. You just know it's off.
Here's where some logic goes into music, and identifying, right? You got an identity of a thing, and we've agreed on that identity. So within music, I've got an instrument, you've got an instrument. If I tune my A string to 440 and you tune yours to 420, we're not going to be in harmony. We'll never be able to play together. It just won't work.
Absolutely.
So we have to agree on an identity of, like, you can have that string tuned to whatever frequency you want, but we have to say logically, like within identifying something, we're going to tune to this.
Almost like you have to come to terms on it, Buster.
Yeah.
Yes, common terms, like common notes. So A has to be A, because if the A cannot be at two different frequencies at the same time.
But within that identity and agreeing on that term, like agreeing on that frequency, if something gets off, me or you, either way, are going to go, man, wait, something's off. And you check it. Let's both tune to this. Let's both get on this same frequency. We've agreed on this. And when somebody agrees on the word tangent and then tries to redefine it, it ain't right.
He's not done that, though. They got Wally to do that.
Well,
I say they fooled Wally into doing some stuff for him. See the comment in the chat? Do we want to follow on from the tangent? Because this is FE Dogma. Again, talking about the tangent. And his claim, right? Remember, he says, yes, there is a tangent point at A and B. So he then goes on to say, again, I only show the northwest beam arm slab as being horizontal and tangent to the 529.33. Once again, a confirmation of a horizontal. He actually meant to write that. 529.33 foot elevation of the end station for the globe model. Like, what? But then he goes to say, this is exactly how the globe model works. Exactly how it works. I don't know what. And then the surprising bit, there is no geometry that says a line can be tangent to two circles with different radii when those radii share the same center. There is no geometry that says a line can be tangent to two circles with a different radii when those radii share the same center.
So he's disclaiming himself because he's just saying that he draw impossibility in his drawing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he's like confused minds of people, that somebody out there, like he's got, this is FE Dogma, he's got everybody defending him. And Wally producing the 3D version of it, it proves it's even more impossible than the twin tangent with circles that FE Dogma and Ruhif are going with. Got some really weird conversations with Ruhif just recently. And Wally. All because of this. Twin tangent thing. And it's a logical problem that they can't sort because they don't have a logical framework to build anything around.
This is not problem, this is impossibility. He admits that, but he said that globe model works that way.
Says this is exactly how the globe model works, right? It works through fallacies. That's why they're struggling so much.
Fallacies and impossibilities.
Yeah. That's what they're the gears that grind the globe model, obviously. It's why they can't explain anything. It's why Brenda couldn't explain the fallacy within Beddy's argument that he's pointed out within horizontals being parallel. Because they are, provably. Parallel. And we've ended up in a place where there's a very strange group of people that seem to not really understand logic and the foundations of it, which I'm really thankful for Kevin. I think earlier we were talking about things about how this fits together, and I think it's like the discovering of a word that you already knew was there, but you find it through logic, through this learning process.
It's been a beautiful path.
Yeah.
It has been great. I think Brenda mispronounced his name earlier, so we wouldn't catch on who she was talking about, maybe. Because there's no way she didn't know his name.
No, there is definitely a reason they don't know his name. That's the way things work round here. They can't link anything to anyone because that's a fucking stupid claim. He definitely has said, do not ascribe that shit to me. He's come in, tried to do his best, and it's not worked. But he can come over. Anyone can come over and have a discussion about logic like we've been going over tonight. We are all open for this discussion. But, I mean, we will disagree because I know there are people that have a different logical framework. But I guess we are going to have to first off come to terms and then very quickly agree that we cannot come to terms and just part ways. That's the best way for us to go forward, I think, as a group. Because if you can't come to terms at the beginning to understand what it is you're going to be talking about, then normally the best way of sniffing out a fallacy. You can normally point at a fallacy by the identity of what it is that we specifically are meant to be talking about.
Yeah, and you could see it, that fallacious reasoning with, bait and switch tactics or distraction tactics. And there's all formal fallacies that are, and we'll get into those at some point, that describe all those different things. But if you come to terms and you're very clear about the terms that you're utilizing, and as I've said many, many times, words mean things. Once you come to terms on that thing, you can't claim, for instance, that a circle is a straight line just because it might be viewed in a different angle or on a different plane. You can't do that. Now, I know that there are people that do that, but it's not a straight line. That's not a straight line. That's a curved line or a circle or an arc. That is not a straight line, even though it looks like a straight line. And we can go on and on and on of examples like that. Something that looks like something, but really isn't that thing. I bet there's some people in here that can give some examples of that outside of geometry. But it doesn't mean it's that thing. There is only one of that thing, whatever that thing is. And if it's been identified, i.e. a straight line, there's no deviating from that. You do, and you're falling into fallacious reasoning. And if you can't see that, it's your bridge of asses, man. You stay on it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's another thing, isn't it? I don't want to lose too many people, which I think, Paper, you were at the point at the beginning with Brenda. You obviously understand this a lot more, and you've gone a lot deeper into this logic, but that's never where I've wanted to take this. This is meant to be for critical thinking, which is for everyone. And when it goes like the logic and the fallacies and it gets, once you start giving them names and you have to start remembering what they are, I mean, that goes out of the realm, I think, of what this Trivium process should be. Should be a process where we all just come together and sharpen our minds. We were talking earlier about it. In computer terms, it's speed up your processor. Defrag. Try and declutter everything. Get rid of the stuff you don't need. That process is what I hope we're going to be able to offer, because I think it's worked wonders for all of us. Together, we've all grown in understanding the argument and understanding the reasoning behind the argument. Finding fallacies, circular reasoning. Trying to find out what's actually going on, which is all we've really been doing while we're here. We just find certain ways to make statements that cause reactions. But I mean, they are really, they're fallacy finders. They're little questions that you can ask anybody that just triggers the thought process a little bit more than I think most people actually use. And as such, we've had a few today, this week. Time is it? It's 9:30. That's a good intro, isn't it? Is that all right, that, Kevin? You got anything else? I mean, that's for the start. Can you think of anything else, right? Because I would really like to go back and go over the word, the identity, and all of that sort of thing at some point.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, as far as the Trivium is concerned and where we want to go with it, I'm kind of with you. I never really wanted to get into the formal idea of what the fallacies are and what they're called. Again, we can have those discussions if anybody wants to come in. We say it a million times, right? We don't just do the live shows. We're here. Many of us are here like all day. Those of us that are able to be on and while we're working or doing whatever we're doing. come in and talk to us. We'll talk about formal fallacies if you want to know that straw man fallacy and appeal to authority or appeal to relevant authority, or there's lots of different formal logical fallacies. But I think Bev is right. The idea that where we wanted to go with the trivium and is really to be able to hone our bullshit detectors. That's really where it is. And so to your point, Bev, we can either go back around to the words, which is where we came from, right? The grammar and that kind of stuff, or talk a bit about rhetoric, which is voicing the words and the logic. I'm game for any of that, but I think we've gotten to the point now where many of us can start seeing the BS. We have a BS detector that's a little bit more honed, which is which is really where we wanted to get to.
Yeah, I think so. I think the bullshit detector is always there, but I think what we've done now, we have found the method for exposing that bullshit, right? Like we all know we can sniff it out, but we can sort of expose it to be sniffed out by anyone. We have a highlighter, let's say.
Absolutely. You can go right back to predication, right? When your bullshit detector goes off, and it's because somebody says something about something, that's predication, and that's horseshit, that they haven't entertained that thing in reality, that they can't really say what they said about that thing in reality because they haven't entertained that thing in reality. It's a concept. It's not real, right? That's just an example. Again, I'll go back to the straight line as a curved line, depending on how you view it. No, absolutely not. You can't predicate, if you will, if I can use that term. You can't predicate on a straight line that way. You can't say a straight line is curved. Can't say that. I mean, you can say it, right? You have the right to say it. This is the conversation we had with Cool Cat when we first started, when Ravens and I first started. That whole idea about, well, you can't stop me from saying it. It's freedom of speech. Say it all you want. I don't care.
Yeah.
But it's not logical. It's not correct. It's not right. And we're going to call you out on it. That's all. So yeah, I'm game to go anywhere from this. But I thought what Buster brought today is freaking brilliant with the 3-4-5.
Mm-hmm.
It's the foundation.
Yeah, we need to. I need to make that a bit better. I'll draw that up so we can get it, logo-ish type thing. It needs to be made bigger, doesn't it? So we can make it ours as well. Yep. Which I think as well, with all of those fallacies with names, they have names because somebody gave them a name.
They sure did.
Right? Well,
yep.
If we find the fallacy, we should name it appropriately so we understand what it means. Like the same fallacy, it doesn't matter what name you call it. If you are able to spot the fallacy and you have a way of naming it so people can understand which fallacy it is,
yep.
Then that's part of the rhetoric, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Anybody that wants to go look up classical logical fallacies, I was trying to get my words straight there. You can go Google that, and go to Wikipedia, whatever you want. You're going to see a lot of Latin/Greek phrases, and it's as Bev said, it's fine if you're into that sort of thing and you really want to get into etymology and the root words of things and how that, but that's not where we're going and why we're headed where we're headed. It's to get an understanding, an everyday kind of person's understanding of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. It's not to be able to, oh, here's the Latin phrase for straw man fallacy, right? That's not what we're trying to do here. At least I don't think. It's not my goal anyway.
But we can translate it because sometimes sounds weird in Latin, but if you can translate it into English properly, it can be useful because you can understand how ancient people understood this fallacy.
Yeah,
by translating.
certainly. Yeah, and if we can, I think what Bev is saying, paper, is if we can translate it into something that means, that has a broader understanding in modern terms, all the better, right? There's some ancient terms and phrases that don't mean the same thing today, and we need to be careful of that, right? Because that's just another way for the sophists to, divide and conquer.
Yeah, I think at the heart of my thinking in all of this is, like particularly, I'm thinking of my missus, my long-term partner, right? It's been a struggle trying to express all of these things, but mainly because within the school process, she'd ended up coming out of it imagining that she wasn't clever, that other people were the clever ones. And I'm pretty sure that school system is meant to be like that. It is meant to put people down. The other people are meant to rise up. The few, which are the ones that have this sort of training, the upbringing with the Trivium. So it's took me a while, and I want to bring as many people with us on this journey as possible, because it's not complicated. This is literally the most simple you could ever get anything. Yep. It literally breaks everything down to its most fundamental and builds up from there.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think that was Raven's vision as well.
Yeah.
When Raven first came around and talked about that he wanted to do it, he wanted to do it for his grandchildren, for the same reason, because he felt that they weren't going to get that kind of training in their school. And I totally agree with that myself. You have to, in the States here, you have to go to a formal liberal arts college. In many cases, it's, Columbia, Harvard, Yale, those types of schools. You're not going to get it even in normal university, most likely. You're going to get kind of the simple, memorize this and regurgitate it back kind of thing. You're not going to delve deep into classical liberal arts and logic and grammar the way we've talked about it. You're not going to get any of that, even in normal universities here in the States.
Only comprehensive learning.
Yeah, absolutely. Princeton, those Oxford over in England. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll get it there, but that's what Bev's pointing out, right? That's for the few, the ones who can actually afford, the ones that have been promoted to go to those places.
Yeah, but be aware, it does only deal with reality. You might be shocked at some of the things that you are forced to consider as, count out within this logical system. Certain arguments that you may have quite enjoyed will just have to go. There's no base to them. There's no thing there to predicate upon. So you literally cannot logic anything that isn't real. And Correct. You may have to question yourself as what you have already accepted as real. Within an argumentative situation anyway, because that's all we're dealing with here. This is how to communicate through arguments, right? It's how to discern a good argument from a bad argument.
Or as we learned in the grammar part, right? A good definition from a bad definition.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do that? How do you create that? How do you not define something by itself or have a circular definition? It's those kinds of things, because that's what's used to confuse people. It's used to play wizard tricks on people. Or you can confuse yourself as well if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's the bit that I'm interested in at the minute, and I think me and Emma we've been watching. We people watch and we watch conversations and we watch a lot of things, and fooling yourself and fooling other people and being able to manipulate people through magic tricks is much easier than you imagine.
Sure is.
Absolutely. I think most people know that as well. Once you understand how magic is performed, then you can see it. It's very, very easy. And I think there's a lot of don't know what, like you have to learn exactly how to use these words, because that's where the magic is. It's just in words. Maybe
which goes to the rhetoric, right? I mean,
yeah.
With the spoken word, once the spoken word hits, what are you trying to do with it? Bring clarity? Come to terms? Or are you trying to manipulate, play a wizard trick with the words?
That's why in ancient times, when there was no television, they used poetry to influence people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Beautiful words.
Plato.
Flowery, beautiful words.
With a slightly different meaning that it's supposed to be.
Casting of spells, spelling, words, wizardry, it all goes together.
Yeah, you see that they didn't like poets, but that was Plato. Plato wrote plays. Can you not manipulate people through those actions, characters, and stories? I mean, who's manipulating who? The poets. I don't like poets either. I go along with them on that one. But I would also say be careful, because the words of Plato could be a double play.
I don't like poets also in that meaning, because in some other meaning, like philological study, it is okay. But I think that their purpose was political. So to please government or whatever, to sow propaganda. And in that case, I dislike them too very much. They did bad job in history.
The writing down of words.
Some would say that hasn't changed in thousands of years. That some of the arts, even today, are done to manipulate and for political reasons and so on. We don't need to get into that, but
yes, it's still same, but added with television. I mean with to hear sense, they added sight sense. So
yeah, to the five senses.
Yes,
the ones that you can actually use to perform these magic, they use them to the maximum ability that they can.
Yeah, the cumulating senses and image with word and music, of course, special music. It has to have some impact, and this is intended.
Remove the bullshit detector. Just extract that, so you can't see any of it.
Right, or
all
dull
of
it down.
Just disappears.
Anyway. Yep.
It's gone. It's not even there. You're just living in a land of confusion, which is something I wanted to say a little bit earlier. This bullshit detector fires off in everyone. Everybody knows it. They can sense it. There's something wrong. You hear it. It doesn't seem quite right. Well, that's because it's not. There's a fallacy there. Sometimes you may get really like, oh, I don't get it. I don't understand it. Make you anxious and all of that. It's because there's fallacies there right in front of you. You can't see it. Somebody switched off that detector. Maybe they've taught you diletheism. Maybe you've been taught contradictory things, but they've been packaged in different rooms in your brain. You can't quite put them together to find out that there's a contradiction, to sort it out. So it remains as a problem. Well, logic's how to find those problems. When something says, there's something not quite right here, well, logic will go, okay, let's go and look at the process. We'll look and we'll find it. It will be able to find that fallacy, logic. It'll find good arguments from bad arguments. You'll be able to sort those things out. Be able to think a little bit clearer. That's the benefits of this sort of stuff. And I think that's why they don't want you teaching it. You don't want you learning it.
Yeah, I challenge anybody. Go out there. It's not easy. Go out there and do some searches on the aspects of the Trivium, just on grammar, logic, and rhetoric with Trivium. Google that sometime. See what comes up on YouTube. There's not a lot.
No.
Let me tell you, there is not a lot out there.
Do you guys want to hear something Logos derived?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So I love old books. I've been trying to collect them. I love it. When I see something super old, I love it. And I hate. Well, no, I don't hate it. I'm starting to love it now. But like growing up, I used to hate English. The subject, grammar.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's kind of different. Okay, so I found this book from like 1800s, Latin grammar. And have you guys ever mentioned the word syntax?
I've heard it in computer talk, but I don't think. Yeah,
come on. This is a book from 1870 something.
Yeah, I know. I can remember it from early computer days.
From 1800s.
No, no.
They
the
use
word
syntax
I could say,
in
like,
computer. Yeah.
Syntax error in computer.
Yeah,
syntax error. Exactly.
Well, it's an older word than that, so whatever they use it for now. Okay.
Yeah.
The definition would be the arrangement of words and phrases to create a well-formed sentence. Okay, well then this is just the preface of this book, and I've just delved into it. I saw it today, and I thought you guys were talking about. We were talking about logic, and I thought this was fitting. This is a sentence from here. The third prominent I can't even say this word. Peculiarity of an original work was its direct derivation from the rules of syntax, from the logical analysis of sentences, and its distinct specification of the particular use of each of the several words which a sentence is composed. So this grammar thing we're talking, within the logic, within the Trivium, you use logic to arrange your words. That's the syntax.
Correct.
And the etymology, which is part of grammar, etymology is in grammar. Like this book even has a whole section of etymology, the breaking down of words. And the etymology of it is the sin part is the together, and the tax is from whatever to arrange. And you logically arrange your words. It's a syntax. And if you don't have a correct syntax, a logical, it's nonsense.
Gibberish.
Yeah.
Or fallacious reasoning, or it doesn't make sense, or something wrong with it.
Syntax error.
Yeah. Just like that note in music that if you don't, or what did you call it, Buster? Sense. If the sense are off or whatever.
Well,
yeah. It's the same thing. That's a syntax error. Same kind of thing.
I like that. Yeah, it makes sense.
It was just neat. Yeah. It makes sense. You use your senses, Yeah,
I like it.
I've just delved into it, but it's laid out with and I've never gotten into grammar, but this, it breaks it down into the punctuations. Everything has a specific thing. And I just loved that word syntax and the way that sentence was, like to arrange logical analysis of sentences. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's just the particular use of each of the several words which a sentence is composed. I mean, nobody writes like that anymore.
Yeah, it does. It
Wow.
teaches you the basics, right? To understand how to form your sentences correctly. Or yeah, I like it. I think it's this sort of stuff is stuff that I never got at school. You know, thinking because I was logical thinking, it never got taught to me that the words had a logical background. Like within the number, I could do that myself. I was allowed to, right? Because I could still come up with the correct answer because I could logically work the numbers through. But I never really understood the words because, and what you say there with etymology, right? Most people go, oh, it's just like they link it to a number of when that word was derived, right? But it's not, is it? It's how the word is derived from the beginnings of the word. Where those little individual parts of the word where they come together to make that word have its meaning, its true meaning.
And what humor is when something has a ironic twist. That's what's usually funny, is when something is paradoxical.
Yeah.
So like what we've been doing, we've been taking words and making them up and laughing at them.
Yeah.
But because they're,
Yeah. I get what you mean. Like we are basically just, we are having fun, right? We're comedians. We're making each other laugh through the use of the words that we're doing, and also like learn as well.
But the other side of that coin, not doing the absurd thing with the words, but the flip side of that, the other side of the coin of that thought process is there are actual words that have identities and meanings, and then other words are derived from certain words, like the syntax, the sin, the together, and the tax to arrange, and then you have syntax to describe another word to
to bring things together and arrange them.
Right.
Yeah, the law of identity you mentioned earlier, it's crucial both for the grammar part and for the logic part as a foundation for both. Because what you want to do within the logic is you want to be able to show that something, the P is P. That you have to be able to show that P is actually P. So the identity have to be the identity, unwavering. Otherwise, you may be able to show that P is not P, which is a contradiction, of course, which you must have had some error in your reasoning along the way to that conclusion. You must have done something with the identity of whatever you're talking about, to arrive there. The law of identity is so important because if you want to be able to say that this is this, and prove that this is this, like this is a straight line radius shared between these three sides of the equilateral triangle, for instance, you have to have an understanding of that, to have the identity in place first. You want to show that it's equal in all three lengths, then that identity has to be that identity. It cannot be not that, and you can prove that.
Right.
So yeah, there can be no contradiction, and so therefore the law of identity is so important, both in the grammar and in the logic.
And we have also a fallacy attached to this law of identity.
We went over that very early, right? The equivocation fallacy. To make something equivocal when they're not.
Correct.
Say they're the same thing when in reality that leads to contradiction. So it's a fallacy. Because look where you've ended up. You've ended up making Yeah. Verticals perpendicular to each other.
Generally speaking, it is called in English fallacy of misplaced concreteness. So somewhere you have to misplace this concreteness, and that's why you think that this thing is that thing, and you cannot recognize that this is not the same thing because you misplaced concreteness somewhere.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about it this morning. When you've accepted information and that's your concreteness, it's misplaced. And then you build upon that misplaced.
Yes, because you think that this is that, but it is not. But you think that it is because it was presented to you as that thing, but it is not. So if you cannot recognize that this is misplaced concreteness, maybe deliberately or not, but if you cannot spot it, you are going along this fallacy, and you are producing fallacious reasonings, etc. with one mistake.
Oh yeah, I agree.
It all folds together, doesn't it? I mean, there's if you're into biblical type stuff, there's the whole notion of building your house on a foundation of sand and building it on rock. There's that whole thing as well. Speaking of misplaced concreteness, right? It just all flows together. And again, it feels right, right? Sounds right, feels right to Ricky's point earlier. So you know when it's off. Or you should anyway. If you've come through the process, right? If you can avoid the tricksters, if you have the bullshit detector. Otherwise, Lord knows where you end up.
We've not come to an abrupt end there, have we?
No, like, what do you name it? Aporia.
Yeah.
Is that what you name it?
Aporia.
Like if a point is that which has no part, no magnitude, then I guess nowhere.
Yeah.
That's where you end up.
Yeah. I don't know if it's an abrupt end or just awe that how it all just kind of comes together.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've got some stuff wrote down on my board, right, for us to go over and talk about in a minute. So I was thinking about this and fallacies and stuff that we've been going over. You'd have to call a paradox a fallacy, wouldn't you? There's a contradiction, so that's got to be a faulty conclusion you've come to if you've ended up with a contradiction. You can either accept them, in which case you end up exploding logic, and if anybody's unaware of what exploding logic means, it means if your logical system is exploded, it means literally anything is possible to happen within your logical structure. You can literally make anything happen. And it is allowed then. And that's a dangerous, I think, but some people may enjoy it. They may feel freer with it. I personally try not to have contradictions, because that's what logic's good at. It's good at finding these contradictions and then finding the problem within that. Like Buster said, within the syntax, there's a breakdown somewhere that's led you to a paradox or a fallacy or whatever. So in what we've been dealing with recently. Like now, what would you call the twin tangents? Because within geometry, we have a special ability to have a set of rules and words already laid out, right? The identity, like somebody said earlier, the identity of all of these words, the tangent, a line, a shape, a triangle, all of those are absolutely definite. So we can point to those really, really easy. And as such, we can also point to the logical process of the straight line and the tangents. So within that, and that having that as an understanding, what sort of fallacy would you hesitate to guess you would give the name of the twin tangent fallacy of LIGO? FE dogma. FE dogma's fallacy of the twin tangents of LIGO. Any idea what sort of a fallacy, or can anybody spot the fallacy first to point out?
Just for a good pun, I would say misplaced concreteness. Pun intended.
It's when you know the foundations of geometry, I'd call it a fallacy of impossibility.
Yes, but I thought that way because it is called that the conclusion is preposterous or impossible. So this is kind of disproving. This is a reduction into absurd, reductio ad absurdum.
Again, that is how you would prove the fallacy, right? You'd be able to point at it by doing a reductio ad absurdum to show how absurd it is. But because it's a geometric claim and not just a logic claim, then you can literally state that it is impossible. That's what geometry gives you on top of this logical process, right? That's what makes this particular thing even more absurd.
Yes, so this disproving this, it would be as reductio ad absurdum. It means that the statement, the conclusion is that horizontal line from A to B has two tangent points. This is conclusion, and we know that this is absurd. So it disprove whole argument itself because it is absurd. Because conclusion has to be logical, has to flow out from premises, and not it cannot produce absurd. So if we spot that this is absurd, the game is over.
Yeah, but you also have to have the ability to see the absurdness. If you don't, then you may be able to accept the absurdness as normal.
Yes, so we need to point out that straight line cannot, this is this impossibility. Straight line cannot have two tangent points to the same circle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's already in there. Euclid already has a statement within it. I think I got it the other day. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, in the wrong room. There you go. corollary, from this it is manifest that the straight line which is drawn at right angles from the diameter of a circle from the extremity of it touches the circle, and that it touches the circle at one point only, because if it did meet the circle at 2 points, it would fall within it. Also, it can be evident that there can be one straight line which touches the circle at the same point.
Yes, so this is proof that Effie Dogma's whole presentation is fallacious because it is going straightforward against this Euclid's statement.
Yeah. Proposition 16. Book 3. The Book of Circles. So I mean that one. That's it doesn't have to have a name, no. Nobody's had to say that you have to give that a name, but you being able to spot that particular twin tangent thing also relies on your understanding of having a little bit of geometry knowledge, which may seem a little bit weird because it is very basic, but people may not even see that, see the problem in it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. You have to sort of go deeper into how is this a problem, right? And I think it falls down to they've redefined vertical and horizontal to even make the claim in the diagram in the first place. So in order to kind of, I don't know, you have to kind of accept the claim on its face to talk about it even almost. Because that argument then is what you're talking about, right? That diagram specific. So it makes it tricky, but you have to understand why there is something wrong in the first place. And I think it falls down to the redefinition of vertical and horizontal, while holding fast to the fact that it's a perpendicular relationship between the two. That's what has brought the argument forward, and that's why you have to understand that that's impossible.
Well, yeah, I'm guessing. I've done these the wrong way around. So, thanks for pointing that out, right? Because I should have gone to the other one first, which is the one that's troubling some people more than others. And the fact that a perpendicular is the relationship of two straight lines. Now, you can say, like I did the other day, if you give those two perpendicular lines a north and a south, one of them, and the other one an east and a west, then you've got two straight lines with letters on them, north, south, east, and west. Now they're directions, north, south, east, and west, but they're also just letters. But you ask somebody how many of those are circles, north, south, east, and west. That will, the answer that you get back will tell you the model of the person that's telling you, right? But what occurs then is, if they turn one or two of those lines into a circle, you're stuck in a fallacy again, because we're talking geometrics. You've started off with perpendicular lines, and you've been asked about how many circles are. You turn one of those lines into a circle, you no longer have a perpendicular. So anyone got an idea on, like, what would you call that as a concept? Because there's other people who have vertical and horizontal, let's say, the two lines that are perpendicular. But you ask people about a model, and one of them will have to turn into a circle. It's impossible geometrically, and stops the perpendicularity occurring. But I mean, is there Is there a fallacy for that?
I guess geometrically you could say it's contradictory, because you'll have the claim will end up being that you have vertical being perpendicular to vertical in this case. But
Again,
also,
it's explosive logic, isn't it? It's like you
Mhm.
are literally you're starting off with something, maybe a stolen concept, but you're starting off with perpendicular. And then after consideration of a model, you have to bend one of the lines. But the thing about perpendicular is each line is perpendicular to the other by relationship of the straight line. Now, you can't curve one of them because the other line has to be perpendicular to it. It requires two straight lines. So you have to either accept the fact that perpendicular's changed, but you're still going to use the word perpendicular colloquially because it suits with what you do, and probably mentally keep the conception of the geometric perpendicular, just bend it in your mind. Who knows? I don't know how people go around doing it, but that occurs a lot. More so to a certain model than another, but I mean, it isn't exclusive. It is well worth the idea of the mental process of looking at it, but be careful. You may not be prepared for what you find. Once you step out of the matrix, it's a bit hard to jump back in again. Sometimes it's a lonely path. J-Ro's giving slaps out on the thing. It's annoying that. I bet the viewers don't like it. Yeah, it's a bit finding these fallacies. Again, when they're geometric, they're sort of very easy to point at. But sometimes people don't have the concept of perpendicular. Because the ones that want to make it to like a north, the east-west circle, they're basically making the shape of what the other guys want for horizontal and vertical. And if you're willing to do that or able to do it mentally, I don't know. Like, I don't know how I can't. I don't even know what sort of a fallacy to call it or, how to categorize it. The one that's so fundamental is starting off with a perpendicular and then conceptually bending one of the lines. I don't know. I'm struggling. And if everybody wants to document my confusion as to how people can do that, I don't know. Maybe everybody's asking themselves, do they do it?
That's exactly what I'm doing right now. I do it every time with this compass. Because I know it's contradictory, right? Because to scale maps will tell you, no, what are you doing right now in your mind over there? Can't you read, right? That's the feeling I get. So I think it to myself every time.
What I was thinking earlier, like the conversation's been had, but it's what's the one fallacy that's the metaphysical? anybody familiar with that?
No.
Well, when something's supernatural, you can't prove it or disprove it. Anyway, to me, when you take something you can use practically, or it's there, it's perpendicular, it's what it is, and then try to put an over encompassing thing that you can't prove one way or the other.
You can definitely prove perpendicular.
Well, I know that. What I'm saying is, when somebody tries to put an over a supernatural view on it, and naturally, you know, it's there. It's a perpendicular. You can prove that, but it's the bridge too far.
Yeah.
That's why I was like trying to point out earlier, was that you created a bridge you can't cross.
Well, yeah, you can't. In order for you to bend one of the lines within perpendicular, immediately discounts you to be able to go to geometry to check, because you've just bent one of the straight lines in geometry. Conceptually, right? You've only done it in your mind.
Yeah.
The perpendicular still remains as perpendicular. It's just you are conceptually allowing yourself to bend one of them or both of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know what sort of a fallacy to call that. I don't know whether it has a name. It's just, you should be able to spot it, but when you do spot it, the person obviously isn't going to like hearing it. Their understanding of a conceptually bent perpendicular, whilst keeping the whole form and everything of perpendicular exactly the same. It's a bit hard to talk to after a while.
I think it is misplaced concreteness, because you are changing straight line into curved line, but you are still talking about this curved line as it was straight. So this is, for me, it is misplaced concreteness.
Yeah.
You are changing or changing meaning of the word. This is the other way.
Yeah. Definition shift. I think definition shift paralogism. I think I read about it somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't think the definition shift is in definition 10. I think it is because it happens with their conception of reality, not necessarily geometry. They just try to relate that misconception back to to geometry afterwards, and it doesn't work. I think it's about the redefinition of vertical and horizontal, as per Rumpus's diagram the other day. The globe axioms he wrote down are perfect to describe where I think the foundation of that particular thing lies. But redefinition, yeah, for sure.
And his new definition is meaningless, because horizontal and vertical are fixed. So he's unfixing it, and it makes it this problem meaningless completely, because if every perpendicular lines can be vertical and horizontal, therefore it loses value of this unique position as vertical and horizontal. So they are no longer vertical and horizontal anymore.
Mm-hmm. You end up misidentifying both lines. You can have vertical perpendicular to vertical, horizontal perpendicular to horizontal, but maybe even worse to point out, perhaps, is that you can have vertical then parallel to horizontal, and vice versa, of course. Which, yeah, you can show that geometrically, how that's absurd, of course.
Yes, reduction into absurd, yes. If you can reduce someone's statement into absurd, it means that his statement was fallacious.
Or his globe. Because, I mean, that's where the globe's built on.
Yep.
Yes, Effie Dogma said that.
Yeah.
This is the way how globe model works.
And then he said it's not actually possible in geometry for you to do it.
I can't believe he said that straight up.
Straight after. The nerve of the
Yeah.
guy. But I mean, that does show a logical breakdown, right? The reasoning behind him writing that and not seeing it. Imagining it's a proof of the globe. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the first thing that struck me was that he mistyped, or he did a typo where he said there is no geometry that says a line can be a tangent. I thought maybe he was gonna say there's no geometry that says a line can't be tangent to two circles with different radii, but that doesn't make sense either. Even if you grant him that he made a typo there, that doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Especially if those radii share the same center.
Yeah, I don't know what he's getting at, but I mean, the way I look at this now is that the reasoning a lot of people have is, well, Effie Dogma made a video, and he well, yeah, but he swapped at different lines, and you know, there's no argument that comes back, because I think Effie Dogma is a big man in this. Really, he's one of the head honcho guys, and he seems to be able to get away with anything, and he's going to lead a lot of people down a bad path. A bit like Wally. You notice Wally's gone quiet today, or he's still talking. He's not going on about his video much that he made with tangents. I was looking for a clip, but I can't seem to find it. I mean, this Effie Dogma thing is just... It's got to be a setup. Look at that. 2 tangents and a horizontal. I mean, this is... I think... This is a Houdini trick. He's going to be performing it. F.E. Dogma. I don't know whether he's doing it himself or with him doing this. He's sort of chaining all the globers up, right? Inverting himself, and he's dunking them in a big massive vat of water and saying, all right, guys, off you go. Get out of that one. A horizontal line and 2 tangents. It's an impossible trick, isn't it? How do you escape that?
He admitted that he cannot escape.
Yeah, but he's left it for everybody else. He's not doing it. Everyone else is doing it for him.
Yes, but in which way they were doing, Blue and Ruchiv? It was, sorry to say, but it was pitiful defense. I felt shame for them, what they were doing.
Over. They don't feel shame for themselves. They think they're having fun. They're having a laugh and a joke about what we do. I don't know if Blue's going over it. I think Blue might be going over something again. This is just literally impossible. Horizontal line, and he writes it down everywhere. It's always horizontal lines. I think we should label this FE dogmas. Is he holding them to ransom or something?
I'm wondering why he didn't retract this. That just honest retraction is needed here, but he didn't do that, and he just not justified, because it cannot be justified by any means. But he said that it has to work that way on the globe. So this is silly excuse.
Or is it an excuse, right? Is it a proof that what he is saying is ridiculous?
Of course, that's why we call it absurd, because absurds are ridiculous. That's why when we are telling jokes, in jokes, many jokes are based on paradoxes and contradictory statements, and that's why we are laughing at them. Natural reaction to absurd is laugh.
But do you reckon that's why they're laughing? Because they think we're contradicting ourselves because we have paradoxes. They don't seem to be able to see paradoxes, so I'm not too sure whether that's why they're laughing.
No, it is nervous laugh. That's someone is caught up on contradiction, is laughing because he's nervous. This is other reaction. This is nervous laugh.
Again, I only show the northwest beam arm slab as being horizontal. This is exactly how the globe model works, with the horizontal, straight.
But he didn't explain how exactly it works.
Yeah.
Just works.
It said there's no geometry that allows you to put two tangents there. But he did. So he goes against the geometric laws. But again, he says that's exactly how the globe model works. The globe model works by ignoring geometric laws, propositions, proofs.
But his drawings are supposedly geometrical. So why? So you said before that he logic using logic to disprove logic. So he is using geometry to disprove geometry.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's like a stolen concept, using the very thing that you're going to want, but like a direct, not like indirectly trying to get rid of it, just literally using the thing that you're going to have to disprove itself. Oh, he's got some nice pictures there, hasn't he? Have we got any pictures of Wally? Can we not? I'll get you some more pictures of Wally. There we go.
Whereas Wally didn't say that this is real picture, but it would look like if you were at 100 kilometer above. So it doesn't mean that this is real picture and this is real footage.
Yeah, like I'm showing there, Wally bends levels. There you go, there's another one. He bends all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's because of Rumpus's redefinitions. Because they need a circle to have a tangent to, so that you can draw a perpendicular to that straight line that is the tangent line. And yeah, so they need to be able to separate horizontal from level, so one can be a circle and one can be a tangent line.
Yeah, you've seen that picture there. I don't know, that red tube. I think that was Bob as well. I think Bob had a big part in that one. You know, he curves all sorts, so you can't really trust him for any pictures.
No, he has specifically diagrams where he shows that horizontal, like in his diagram, he has horizontal being a circle and horizontal being the straight line tangent to that very circle. So yeah, you cannot trust Wally.
With one eye he sees a curved line, and with the other eye he sees a straight line.
He literally bends levels in pictures.
Mm-hmm.
That's Wally. Number 2 for the wolf pack. Head meme maker. Probably a joke. Maybe there's some sort of comedy element to it. Definitely is a reductio ad absurdum, though. So yeah, I was thinking, is the idea that you can take perpendicular, the geometric perpendicular, keep the perpendicular, but add in a curved, would you call that a semantic argument, a reply? That, you know, like through some sort of definitional shift, they're going to allow a perpendicular to a curve.
If they go into fantasy dimension, yeah.
Yeah. Because I think
But only
that's,
there.
I'm just saying for people that will encounter this, because you definitely will encounter some sort of a response to are they straight lines or are they circles? Because it directly causes the person to consider their model.
Well, they already bent a straight line, so just curve it a little bit further. Whoop, you got a circle.
Yeah.
I don't see a problem there.
They literally change a straight line with curved line. So this they are putting another entity in place of other entity.
Is it just a definitional shift, though? Like I say, it's just, would it be called a semantic?
No.
Well, I think they'd say that you are using a semantic argument. by not allowing them to have their other use of the word?
Well, I would simply tell them, you can have this argument, but it doesn't lie in reality. But you can have it in your fantasy. That doesn't mean it's real.
Oh, I'm just trying to prepare people for this because it's definitely coming. For sure.
Well, for them, it's not that hard. They have their dialetheism. Open is closed, up and down, straight is curved. So why not curved as a circle or straight as a circle? A little extension. It's just a little bit more imagination. No biggie.
Is it really, though? I mean, it is. Mentally, it's a fucking huge leap. It shouldn't be taken lightly, really. Because it's a fundamental breakdown at the foundations.
Well, at first I thought it was odd, but now I come to see it as normal for these, quote unquote, these people. It's an accepted paradox, dialetheism, any day of the week. It's like, no problem.
Well, I'd be hesitant as to say these people, right? Because what we're being taught here, I think that they are teaching us the extreme response. But everyone would have some sort of a response, I would imagine, because we're told that there are massive swathes of people.
See, we're not dealing with normal people. Because, for example, no normal person would ever in his right mind say that a river flows uphill, right?
Well, again, you'd hope not, but
I mean,
have heard.
come on. But here in this quote-unquote arena, we have plenty of them saying that. With explanations, diagrams, geoids, ellipsoids, this soid, that soid. It's fantastical.
Yeah, but again, don't make it out as though there's some sort of freak show that people should be coming into, because I think you should be well aware of what you're stepping into if you come into not this place, not Next Level Discord, but you know, the arena that SE's talking about is the Discord groups based well, I don't know, ones we associated with, I don't know.
Yeah, this is the actual opposite of those places, actually. It's the anti whatever that is. The other thing is.
Well, yeah, again, we just, we're into critical thinking. And that allows us to look at anything. Literally anything. Critically, as long as we apply the rules of logic, geometry, and sticking to reality, and try not to go into the realms of other places. But we have definitely been taught that there are people that think differently. They are allowing themselves to think differently. Now, I don't want to deal in the realms of those people who do think differently. Most of this is us moving on. But in order for us to carry on finding the fallacies, we may need a help, maybe in video form or whatever, of a way of finding and using logic to root out these fallacies. Because I think that's where we're at now. Okay, we can go back to the foundations and the grammar. We'll go back over that again. The logic. But I personally think we're at the point now where we should be using logic to root out these fallacies. Point them out. let everybody see the fallacy for what it is, hopefully. And then we can go on to the how do we present the fallacy in a way that people will understand it, which should help us get into the rhetoric part of it. I'm quite interested in this bit. I like the idea of the trivium, but judging by the numbers, not a lot of people are. There's an element to it, I feel, that people think is beyond them, right? It sounds a little bit strange, the trivium. It sounds a bit special. Oh, pictures. Well, how do we end up with the pictures like that? Completely thrown me off. I don't know where we're at.
You were at pointing out fallacies.
Right. Yeah, that's where we're at. Pointing out fallacies. So what do you reckon? Is the perpendicular, the shifting of it, is that a semantics where they can just definitionally shift it?
Negative. I won't give that to them. No.
Not as a semantic argument.
Nope. Not for me.
It may be. It depends how you put it, from what angle you can see that, because if they are calling straight line curved line, it would be semantic because they are changing words.
Yeah.
But if they are replacing real straight line with real curve, it would be not semantic but misplacing concreteness.
Yeah, because you're trying to affect the perpendicularity, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that they can switch with these two fallacies, because namely semantics or misplaced concreteness, at will. It depends what is needed at the moment in discussion, I think.
Yeah, and that spotting the difference between the two different get outs is a matter of logic. To spot which of the ways that they're trying to perform a fallacy get out, right? They're trying to avoid a fallacy by relying on semantics or other reasons.
Yes. It would be a covering tracks tactic. So they would say that no, it was not misplaced concreteness, of course. So they can switch to semantics.
They can believe in Santa Claus if they want. It's not semantics. A curved is a curved and straight is straight. There's nothing semantical about it.
Yeah, but what they can do is underlying of the perpendicular argument. They can semantically shift around the meaning of a straight line.
Nah.
Yeah, I think they do that though, right? You will find.
Yeah, they do it
at some point. Yeah. Just to make people aware of the different avoidance tactics that will be made around, because these are how call it a magic trick, right? They're trying to slip through a fallacy within a conversation. They're just trying to avoid talking about it and think that you're stupid enough to allow them. But we have to arm people with the ability to see that and call it out.
we had conversation with Emerald, I believe it was Emerald, that he was trying to convince us that this curved line is straight because it looks like straight. So it is intentional trickery.
Yeah. It's been a long time in the planning, all of these little steps that they've made.
They can try it and say it all they want, as long as you call them on it and say, well, what? No, this is not semantics. Sorry.
Big Blue in the chat. Is that the Big Blue? Or it's just a Big Blue sock? Yeah, it's been an interesting few days. And it has gone quiet, and all we've really had to talk to is Ruhif. He comes round every morning. Came round again this morning. Which was quite interesting. Getting dry throat. I need to make myself a brew. Came round this morning, right? I'll give you this. The question I asked Ruhif. I said to him, can you conceptually imagine yourself as being upside down? Because he obviously Ruhif's an Australian. And we have just been talking about that song, which Emma Brooks brings up in the conversation. But yeah, ask him. I just ask him, can you conceptually, ask everybody now, right? Can you conceptually, that's in thought, place yourself as upside down? I'm going to have to put a kettle on. Can anyone do that?
I think this is impossible because you should see yourself for example, from so-called space. It is impossible that, and you would see that you are upside down. So you cannot see yourself as upside down.
Well, the question was, can you conceptually put yourself as being upside down? You, like, I mean, that's it. Like I say, it's a question to everybody. And you said you can't, right? Is that what you said?
I said I can't because you cannot imagine yourself, really imagine yourself as upside down.
Okay, yeah, I'm the same.
No, I've been thinking about that since you asked the question, and I couldn't do it either. I mean, you imagine yourself upside down, you're grabbing onto something quickly. That's what I conceptually imagine when I try and think about that. That if I'm upside down, I'm falling. Falling somewhere.
Yeah.
If I'm not strapped or hanging on to something with my feet, I'm falling.
It's just not natural, right?
No, not
You're
at
so
all.
used to it being the right way up that even trying to imagine yourself as upside down is unimaginable.
And that would be like fooling your inner ear, and I don't think we're capable of doing that. I don't think.
You know what Rufus' answer was? Rufus' answer?
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah. He went, yeah, relative to you, yes. Immediately.
Well, he gave it no thought then.
No thought. But he also had thought of somebody else first. In order for him to conceptualize himself as being upside down, all he has to do is think of somebody else and put himself relative to that other person. Now, if that's not a state of mind thing.
But I still can't believe he's conceptually seeing himself upside down to that other person.
That's automatic for them.
If that's possible, wow. If they can do that, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I guess that's what I've always been studying. Or, like trying to understand how people can do things like that. Because, like I say, when I was young, I lost the ability. I've always been looking at other people, trying to put myself in the other person's shoes or whatever, trying to imagine what other people would be imagining. Because I don't really know.
Then it's got to be hypnotism. Because if a hypnotist can actually, in reality, make somebody think they're a chicken or something like that, I imagine you can make somebody conceptually believe they're upside down for somebody else.
Yeah, well, that's what Emma said, right? Is the song Australia, right? We come from a land down under.
Oh, okay.
Like, they love that song. Those words have been given to them, have been ingrained into them. Now, whether it's that allows them to be down under, the land down under, because the model is being given to you, you're being conceptualizing it. Maybe it softens the mind for allowing more of these thoughts.
I think it's everything. Spinning globe, those songs, everything you kind of are taught and think about from authority figure is imagination, putting yourself on a spinning ball.
It's definitely
years and years of that is hypnotism.
It's a massive effort to get us to believe this stuff. Why is it so important to whoever's doing this to have us believe all this bullshit?
I don't know, but if you just take the 1 or 2 hours, just watch one show for an hour and pay attention to the commercials. It's all spinning globe. Somewhere in the room, in the commercial, in the show, it's everywhere. I mean, it's
I pick up on that all the time
everywhere.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and you'll see it in places where it makes no sense that it's even there. In certain shots and certain TV skits and stuff, no sense that the clothes even in the room, but it's there. Yeah, it's a massive effort for sure. It's got to be something pretty important to go through all this, don't you think? An entire education system to dumb us down, make us believe falsities. I mean,
the education system is not there to teach you how to think.
No,
it's
not
there
at
to
all.
teach you what to think. That's the problem.
Well, you've got to be allowing yourself to see blatant fallacies right in front of your face and not realize it. That's what you've had to have gone through. Most people, I reckon.
Yeah, but in school, I mean, I think we saw it as kids. I remember certain instances, but because of the ridicule you would get from your peers, you kept quiet, and then you, I guess, went along, to get along at the time.
Yeah, I believe the entire school process is to rid the elenchus. That process of asking questions critically.
Yes.
It drives it out of people completely.
Yeah.
The school system.
By design. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, it's got to be. It's got to be.
I have a group that I was with last night, 6 or 7 guys. They used to ridicule, right? Just make fun, pop off questions, just that snide remarks. and now they don't dare say a word because they know I have all the answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they could ridicule before. Now I have good answers and comebacks that make them look, foolish. So they dare not say a word. Like total silence about the subject for the last 8 or 9 months, unless I want to bring it up to put them on tilt. It's crazy. They're smart enough not to bring it up now.
But they still believe the other way.
Oh yeah, I mean they're staunch atheists, believers in all the deal, but then say how bad the government is and how much they're lying to us and blah blah blah. But just can't see it. I mean, can't see it.
Yeah.
It's a strange thing for me. Once your eyes are open, it's strange to see that other side.
Yeah. They put a block up when it gets to a certain point. Wow.
I don't push it, because it's like the Brendas, like it's just a waste. Waste. It's just an argument. It's just people who want to argue. They don't want to learn or listen, or they want to pay attention to your point of view.
Yeah. It just goes right over their in one ear and out the other when you're talking. Basically, we've all experienced that for sure.
Yeah, they've just given in. They're just comfortable, right, with going to work, earning a paycheck, drinking a little, smoking a little, being married or not married, whatever. Just comfortable, complacent, and I think that's the most dangerous position to be in.
I don't even remember that time anymore.
So vulnerable.
Yeah, you are, for sure. To everything.
Right, so the perpendicular is obviously the earliest one. I mean, this straight line. I mean, what would you call the fallacy of somebody trying to conceptually bend a straight line but trying to keep it straight at the same time as conceptually bending it? I mean, they're all ridiculous, aren't they? They're not even, I don't think they're even fallacies.
Yeah, I mean, would you call it a fallacy or insanity?
I'd call it insanity, right? Really. They've been led to a position by their model that is untenable. You cannot take that position. And I think, even they know that they cannot take that position. But it's the only position there is to take. That's
why they fear logic, because
that's why they go
model, that model is illogical in so many ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't want to sound big-headed or anything about any of this, but yeah, literally, they'll have to make more fallacies in order to justify their model, because their model literally doesn't exist.
And that's the thing, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
But fallacy, it at least appears to look like some reasoning, but yeah. they are going beyond that, because their statement is strictly absurdal.
Yeah.
No, complete utter nonsense.
So I did say that. Did say that at the beginning when we first started the logic. I said we will find that the reductio ad absurdums that you end up with, that's what the logical model of the globe is. That's what it's made up of. And if you can do that, and this is what we haven't really got into yet, but this is the comedy element of this whole thing. What makes it even funnier for me is that you could logically make a reducto ad absurdum and show it to be a reducto ad absurdum and hand it to a group of people, and they will accept the reducto ad absurdum as a proof of their model. Guarantee it. It's a setup, ready and waiting. And I can guarantee you can set that up and get it to happen.
I think that Effie Dogma just said it. He accepts that, okay, this is absurd, maybe, but it works on globe.
It has to. This
Have you guys,
absurdness has to happen on the model.
Have you devised a way to seek them out first? You find a way to seek them out.
Seek
with
what
question,
out?
with the,
Here we go. What time are we at? It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, sorry.
Are we opening up the floor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go on. I mean, like, go on. Are we? What are we seeking out?
No, if it's still closed, I'll just listen in. No problem.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much. It's not closed, obviously, because you're here talking. But fair enough. We'll carry on. Yeah, half of this stuff is having the ability to spot these fallacies and the equipment, which is the logic, but I'm not so sure whether logic can be taught. I don't know.
It can be taught, but it is, this is two-folded. You cannot talk to yourself. You have to talk to someone, to communicate with someone, but you have to be on the same frequency as comparison to music. So because reason, it is similar word to resonate, or reasoning is as so if you, for example, if you pull a string on guitar, some other strings can resonate. So the word reasoning is based on that resonance, mechanical resonance. So you have to have another person who can resonate with you. So you can taught, but you have to have a response from other person, like resonance.
Okay, consider this, if you would. Say you got a 5 or 6-year-old child. It's Christmas morning. He gets up early and he sees Santa Claus leaving gifts under the tree, which is obviously his dad or somebody dressed up. After he gets done opening up those gifts, do you think you could go up to that 5 or 6-year-old and convince him that Santa Claus isn't real?
No, I think that he would not say, he would not spot if he has, for example, he's 6 years old.
Yeah, so he's had this experience for about 6 years now, and he believes the Santa Claus is bringing these gifts. He actually woke up early and saw it. I bet you if you brought out the suit, showed your father putting it on, you would convince that child that he would no longer believe that Santa Claus is real. I think a 5 or 6-year-old you could convince, but you can't convince an adult that we don't live on a globe. Just think about that. I mean, you show the child the trick. I mean, he's obviously aware of it now. I believe he stops believing in that fallacy. And we've showed these people this trick over and over again, and they will not stop believing in the fallacy. And they're adults.
Yes, it is difficult because this is on this globe model is based on also whole world view. So by canceling this this model, you will cancel or erase from his memory, whole worldview. So he would be like reborn. And he should throw out everything from his mind, to empty his mind and start thinking other way. But this is difficult because it is like somehow changing your personality somehow.
I guess I have a hard time understanding that because it wasn't that way for me. So I have a hard time getting that.
I think this is hard for especially for adult people, because you can change child thinking of young man or young child because he is not formed already. But
He's still open, right? Still open. Yep.
Yes, he's ready to reshape his mind. But adult and old people, it is very hard to reshape their mind, which is fixed in stone, unchangeable. Everything is on its place. If it is even a paradox, it is here. My paradox lives with me for 50 years or 60 years. I am happy with that. I am used to it. So it is very hard.
Well, that's the thing then. Can you be taught an acceptable paradox? And what would the process be in order for you to do that?
It's been done already.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, think about it. Like, really think about it. Can you be taught?
Yes.
I don't think you can.
We have.
I don't think you can.
We have.
I don't think you can be taught an acceptable paradox. You have to play a far bigger trick, in my mind.
Yes. That's why this is paradox, because paradox, it looks like true. So the trick is that this person doesn't know that this is not true. So you cannot present this alleged true as paradox, of course. Okay, I will teach you paradox. No, you are this person will say that this is true. He will hide inconsistency in his reasoning or presenting this truth. So it will never be spoken as paradox. So in
not
that
only
way,
can you I think can you teach somebody a paradox, and they have taught them a paradox, you can also make them accept the paradox. Not only that, they will fight for that paradox after. That's what I not what I think, that's what I see.
Well, if they're accepting water on the bottom of a ball, that's a paradox.
Yeah. They're accepting double drop humps. They're accepting open is closed. They're accepting curved is straight. I can go on and on.
I don't think they are accepting it. I can't believe people are accepting that. It's a compartmentalization of these two opposing contradictory facts somewhere. And whenever I'm saying we because hopefully that's what we do, right? We try and bring these things together, these two contradictory facts. Something short circuits. They never actually make it together to show the contradictory. I don't, because once you realize there's a contradictory thing, I don't think you can accept it. At least I can't. I am talking from a personal thing. I don't know how you could go around accepting it, like I say, because I think that the moment that happens, you light the touch paper for that explosion.
Might be that they just don't think about it.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when the fact of what water was 5-6 years ago, whenever this happened to me, when I actually looked at water, I said, oh my God, how the F did I believe this for so long? You know, I just never thought about it. You know, you never think about it. You just go through your daily routine and all the distractions and shit. But when I sat down and I watched that first video about this, I said, within 10 minutes, I was saying, oh my God, how did I believe this crap all this time? Water.
From my
you didn't
experience,
accept the paradox. You said no. You woke up. You said, "Oh no, what's going on here?"
Yeah, I could no longer dispute it. No longer. Couldn't accept
But
it in my head.
99% of the people say, "Oh yeah, oh I say, oh hey, let's wave to the beautiful look, he's floating, oh wee," and they'll fight for that. They'll call you crazy for not believing that.
Oh, trust me, I know.
yes, but this is only belief, so this is not serious reasoning behind that. So
it's an accepted paradox, is what that is. If you don't know, that's a different story, right? But once you start thinking about it, and you say, yeah, oh yeah, definitely, sure, it's like that, then that's definitely you're accepting something that's unacceptable.
Bizarro world.
Yeah, you go into La La Land.
Yeah.
Great.
But this acceptance is psychological only. This is not really that your mind accepts it, because your mind cannot accept paradox. You just this is just psychological decision, maybe, or whatever, but not very thoughtful.
Yeah, madness. If you can accept a paradox openly, then madness is the only way, I'd say.
Yes,
psychiatric
clinic.
Mm-hmm. Which is why I feel a little bit guilty.
About what?
Talking to people.
You feel guilty about talking to people?
Yeah, because like we've just explained there, if you can show somebody a paradox and they accept it, then madness. Oh. And what we do is openly put those contradictory things together. Now, the people we're talking to aren't, I don't think, mentally stable.
God, I don't know how you would define it, honestly. Definitely a big difference.
Yeah, it becomes a great responsibility. But remember, these people have been attacking us for ages, but you have to feel sympathy for them, because there is a chance, a literal chance, they go mad. Probably a high chance.
I think they would go mad anyway, because not because of you, that you pointed out paradox, but you present paradox as paradox. But if someone else is presenting to them paradox as truth, I think that they are in worse position. So this is good job. So I cannot see that why you would feel guilty.
You're talking about the educators. I think they would have a big issue I don't know how you could live with yourself knowing you taught so many people to live in a paradox.
Yeah, that's a
I don't know
problem,
how
isn't it?
I could never accept that. Wow. I could see somebody going mad over that.
But that may be a reason for them to not to accept the paradox, as in, well, it's acceptable to me, therefore it's acceptable for me to teach it.
That's how
Maybe
much
a way
they
of
must do.
justifying what they think.
I would think so.
The term you were looking before, I think, is Stockholm syndrome. Stockholmed.
That's becoming affectionate to your captor, right? Or something like that, right?
Yep,
Or taking
and fighting for them.
Fighting for them. Yep.
Yep. I think that's
I
the
know
most
they're
appropriate.
not captive to it, though, are they, really? Or are you saying,
No, it's
like,
an open
mentally?
range. It's an open range. It's deceiving. There's no fence, right? But it's a mental fence.
It is.
They're fenced off in the brain. They can
No,
range
they
freely,
have
but
fenced themselves off with the model.
yeah,
The model
yeah.
has limits. They literally have done that. But I mean, how is it a captor?
Well, your brain, your thoughts are a captor. After all, the ball was given to them, right? We know it was given to them by a Jesuit-trained Catholic priest. The Big Bang was given to them.
Yep.
Their Down Under was given to them. Songs were written, movies were made, Star Trek, all that. All that was given by the captors. So you think you're free, but you're really not. You are. You can go around, drive around in your car, but your mind is captured. That's where the fence is. That's what I think, anyway.
Oh, I agree 100%, SC.
I don't know.
I think you do, Bev.
Not so sure. The captor can't be the model.
No, the givers of the model, not the model.
Yeah, but your people are fighting for the model. So the model cannot be the captor. Yeah, but the model can't be the captor. And there's nobody that's given them the model.
No, the model is the fence in the brain. You can think of the model as the fence in the brain.
It could be like the holy chalice or something they're fighting for, however they view it.
But even if they fight for model, this is armless army because they have no tools to fight for it. So they are just kamikaze.
But they do. The tool is logos, but they just don't know it. That is the tool. It's not metal. It's not, it's not a AK-47. It's not a gun. It's not a knife. It's logos. It's your logic, your ability to think.
It should be, but not for globe fighters. So that's why I call them armless army, because they are not using a proper tool to fight within logic. So it is just waste of time for them, but they are doing that, I think, because of psychology. No, there is no reasoning behind this. And many people just look. They are saying that people are animals, and they just talking to us as to animals. So, and they expect from us to behave like animals. So this is no logic here. This is just training, animal training.
I hear you.
It's sad to see that the majority are under the spell. Really, really under the spell.
Oh, and God, it would be so different if they could just snap out of it. Wow, the world would change overnight. We would see the emperor without his clothes.
Well,
It'll
they got
never
people
happen,
arguing
come on.
about a divorce trial. So once they have you there, you're a goner, man.
Yeah, that's so true, man.
And what do people talk about in the cooler these days? Johnny Depp and his freaking divorce. Like, who gives a rat's you know what
I
about
know.
Johnny Depp and his divorce? I mean, I wish the guy well, but
Well, I don't.
I paid
you don't
absolutely
wish him
no.
well.
My personal opinion on that is that this is pure distraction.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Give them wrestling, give them baseball, give them football, give them soap operas, give them TV, give them radio, and
Bread and
control
syrup.
them with it. Simple. The Roman emperors were doing it in the Colosseum, right? When times were bad, let's have some gladiators fight. Take their minds away. Let's start a war. Take their minds away. That's what they're doing to us right now. Okay, I'll stop. Enough ranting.
All right, I'm going to bed. Thank you very much.
See you later.
Have a good one,
Bye,
people.
bro.
We'll see you tomorrow, I hope.
Later.
Take care.
Yeah, the model is a conceptual mind model, and as such, cannot be predicated upon. That's why there is no proof.
Yeah, well said.
It's not real. Bringing
You
it
cannot
back to the
predicate on
trivium and
something that's
logic.
yeah.
Yeah, you cannot predicate upon something within your mind. And that's the only place the model exists.
You can to yourself, and that's the problem. You
Yeah.
can convince
I was just going to
yourself.
say the same thing, bro. Self-induced predication.
Yeah.
Well, like Kevin said, you need somebody else. I think it was Kevin. You need somebody else to confer with, just to make sure. Double check. Like the mathematical procedure and the geometric procedure. Always find a way to find a proof to make sure, to double check your work.
Imagine they had thousands of years to hone their skill. And right now they're at the pinnacle. They have the technology. Everybody in their hand right now. It's like to them, it's more than a dream come true. It's like we when they said the mark of the beast, we self-beasted ourselves. Like,
I don't see how you pull something like this off in the first place.
give him a fancy phone called an iPhone.
Yeah, but wow, you had to get to here. Man, how do you control, if there is truly billions of people, how do you control billions of people? How do you come up with a plan, tell somebody, hey, let's figure out a way we control all the people on Earth?
About 3 or 4 generations. All individual plans, though, I mean. don't want to go into speculation, but it's obvious that it's not derived on truth and proofs, is it?
No.
And that little feeling everybody has of something's not quite right here.
Uh-huh.
Well, arm yourself. Find a bullshit detector. Bullshit detector called logic, and it sniffs out these inconsistencies in people's statements. I think there's a Indian rumpus in the chat. I think that's...
Our top. Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I was gonna say our top weapon is logos and critical thinking. And who cares what they say?
Mm-hmm. And we should cut down on the talking about mythical things a little bit more.
Yeah.
If we can.
It's very
It's kind of
possible.
difficult, but yeah, we have to.
It's just an individual journey for everybody.
Yeah.
There's no way we could take somebody else along with you, I guess. It's at least that's what it seems like to me. You know, you got to find your way or you don't find your way.
It shouldn't be done on the own, right? I mean, in here, although we try and keep at the beginning of it, there's loads of people that are on different stages of a journey. Everybody's on their own journey, like you say. And loads of people are on different stages of it. I consider you have to do a fair bit of work to get to this point. I mean, you don't get here where we are without a long trek. I mean, how many people are watching? It's not, we're not open to many. There's not many people that get a chance to see us and what we do.
You've been doing pretty good lately. I've been watching the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, you always got a full classroom, so any teacher would be happy with that.
Some people aren't happy with the how people are let in, although it is an open. We've had a few people moaning today.
I was expecting a little more from Kevin today. Was he busy at work?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. We didn't really plan anything, specific. But I'm guessing we're leading up to the fallacies. But I like the idea of finding a fallacy that everybody would be used to explain fallacies, rather than just going through a book of different fallacies. So I think what we are going to be doing is we're going to be going over the fallacies, but trying to link them to specific arguments or whatever that we will have experienced. Hopefully, that's the way I'm hoping that it'll go.
It would be good that way.
Yeah. And fallacies are it may require me going back to find certain videos, which will be a nightmare. But going over old videos and stuff to find these particular clips about the individual fallacies that we have.
And you have a specific fallacy in mind that you'd be looking for?
No, because I don't particularly have the I don't particularly have the idea of this fallacy of naming the fallacies. I like the idea of arming people with the tools to work out the fallacy. So it's only really worth pointing out the ones that people are going to come up, that are relative to the conversations. Now, there may be other conversations that we're not experienced in, that other people may be able to spot the different fallacies in different places, but that's the idea, to go over it. I mean, it doesn't sound that appealing. And
I never liked that fallacy thing. Why do you have to know the name of the fallacy? You just tell, hey, dude, I think you're bull. This is bull.
Yeah. As long as you can point to the problem, then that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Oh, Discord are doing a hype system. Register to the analysis procedure. Could be a representative Discord. Do you reckon? Anyone fancy being a representative for Discord?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Represent Discord at local events and as an attendee or event coordinator.
What's the pay?
No, I'm not too sure. To start, if you guys not got an invitation? Yeah,
I want to
have to have been
recommend
on
paid
Discord for a
skill
bit.
for the job. Or Brenda.
It's open to anyone. Just have to fill your form out. Yeah, LIGO is horizontal. Logan. Even FE Dogma. Put it on his drawing.
Where are you reading from, Bev?
In the YouTube chat.
Oh.
He said, so at SE Montreal, LIGO is horizontal. Pinky face. Yes. Yes, FE Dogma drew it in his video. So, as we all know, whatever FE Dogma says has to be true. Even if he puts two tangent points, one at each end of the same straight line. He'd get overloaded. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Is it John?
I just saw that. Rumpus Singh.
Yeah, yeah.
We got a Sikh Rumpus.
Yes.
Wow.
Rumpus's Indian brother.
Not just any Indian, a Sikh. The warrior class.
Yeah, I pretty much think we've had a complete overload of the twin tangent points and horizontal. I fully expect them to completely ignore it and then return as though it never happened and never want to speak of it anymore. Which is, as expected, the usual for the globe model guys. It seems to have gone a bit quiet for tonight. I'm not too sure whether we're finished. What do you reckon? Is there anything else we need to go over?
You're in charge.
Yeah.
Seems Trivium is not that popular.
I know. Yeah, there's
too logical.
Yeah. I think everybody's been done in with it. It's bad enough. This is one of the tactics of how the globe model guys do this. They state all of this stuff, and then they just go quiet. They do the pretend they never heard you type thing.
Who doesn't like the Trivium?
Yeah, the numbers haven't been great tonight. Which is a shame.
What's up, Tim?
All right.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say there's probably a reason for that.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I was just speculating that it might be that people have had the fill of the geometric double twin tangent and the constant backwards and forwards of it's impossible. No, it isn't. Yeah, it is. It's impossible. No, it isn't. We just separate it. It's just, it gets old after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah. As far as the Trivium pieces go, though, I think there's some people that don't want to hear that because they're terrified of it. I've said that all along.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it gets set out, doesn't it? It's so clear and simple the way it gets set out.
It's too logical for them.
Yeah, exactly, Essie.
Yeah. And in saying that, I don't want people to think that it's like mathematical and it's like way too complicated, because at its heart, it definitely isn't. It's so simple. It's like the basics of numbers is the basics of Trivium and is the basics of geometry. They're all conceptually very, very simple. 2 + 2 is 4, and 1 + 2 is 3. They're very simple concepts, the same as triangles, 3 straight sides, and squares have 4 right angles, and all of these statements that can be made can be done because of the use of the words that we use. Those words are used within the grammar and the logical system of ordering the words. It's all a very simple process of I think it's just using words effectively.
It is. Oh, and to be honest, it goes back to what we talked about at the beginning of the show, right? It's you either have this feeling that something's off, or you have this feeling that, yeah, that's true, that's right. And you can fool yourself into thinking that something that sounds horrible musically, to go back to the music thing, is correct. You could fool yourself that way. Somebody else could tell you, "Oh, you're missing the boat, man. I mean, doesn't that sound beautiful?" And it sounds like a screeching, nightmare of a musical chord or something. But in reality, it is, like you say, it's very simple. This is not complicated stuff. But if you make it complicated, then you're going to abandon it. Yeah, you're going to say, that's too much for me. It's just, I don't get it. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, when we started going through it, it seemed like a struggle. And remember that? Do you remember, Bev, that first guy that we listened to, and he said that, I don't know if he said that Aristotle had said, or somebody that was teaching Aristotle, one of the other said that you'll get it as you go on. It'll
Yeah.
become more and more. And I don't know about you, but to me, it has. It's
Yeah.
gotten to the point now where it's quite simple. But when you first start out, you think you're drowning in the deep end of a pool.
Well, I remember the first time we ended up with the word predicate.
Right.
Like, I mean, how hard was that to get a grasp on? What it meant and
Exactly.
everything. Imagine
It
somebody
only
coming
took a
along
couple of
now
weeks, man.
with no idea of it and
How
hearing
different.
those words.
Exactly. How much was John floundering?
Yeah.
Come on, it only took me a couple of weeks.
I could say that, John. No, seriously though, John, do you think so? I mean, as we've gone on, at least for the parts that you've been around for, has the ideas gotten simpler to you or not? Be honest. I mean, is it really complicated?
Well, there's a logical step that when new ideas are introduced, it'll complicate things, slow things down, but it's not that I'm not grasping it. Yeah, it is getting easier because I'm starting to be able to see what the words are actually meaning.
Yeah. You're seeing it. So, I mean,
The
going back to
words
the
that I
idea,
had here.
yeah, right. Going back to the idea that people aren't jazzed about this or views go down. Yeah, I mean, if you turn your back away and go, yeah, it's too much for me. I mean, even SE, I'll put you on the spot, right? When we first started saying Trivium, and you were like, I don't know, my antenna are perking up here. I'm not so sure about all this stuff.
Yeah, guilty. Yeah.
Right?
Sounded like a lot of fancy talk, and I don't like that stuff.
I know, right? Exactly. But the more you get into it, you find, just like Bev is saying, right? Like with his misses, it's not, yeah, it can be fancy talk, but that's just for, I think that's done deliberately at times by certain people, especially in academia and certain education realms, so that the kind of the down to earth people, the quote normal people, won't get it, don't want to get it, because we don't want to entertain something that's so complicated that I have to spend hours and hours and hours and hours and days, and I still don't get it, and I bang my head against the desk and the wall and the computer, and I want to throw it out the door. Nobody wants that, but it doesn't have to be that way. So that's kind of my rant. I love this stuff. When we go through the Trivium day, I'm jazzed for it, but it could be just me.
I definitely, this is where I think my learning should be. I'm not very good at the grammar. I've understood a meaning to it now, to the roots of the words and all of that, where they came from. And like I say, I'm really after the rhetoric. I think if I could do that, then I'm not doing drama, so I'm not going to be doing singing and dancing and stuff. But I think for my particular, what I do, I think the rhetoric should be vital for me personally. And I think I could make leaps and bounds.
Quite a good thing,
you're doing well with your rhetoric as you are right now.
Yeah.
You're good at thinking, Bev.
Well, I think everybody. I agree with Bev for myself personally as well. And I'm, my trade has been in communication. So I think I've told this before. I was a corporate trainer. I was a Sunday school teacher. I mean, I've taught people for literally 30 years. So, but still, there's things for me to learn as far as rhetoric is concerned, and building persuasive arguments that really do help people along a path or a journey.
Yeah, my point was that there's more to learn. Yeah, but I'm just saying Bev has a good. He does well.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes,
no doubt.
Well,
I'm not saying there's not more to learn. There's always more to learn.
Yeah. Well, that's what I consider me. I think my biggest leaps can come within rhetoric. I mean, I don't know what Aristotle's got to teach, within it, but I know the little bits that we've learned so far from grammar, and obviously, well, logic. Logic is logic. We've not really looked into the logic within Aristotle, but I'm guessing that we already had a little bit of the founding of logic to start off with. The grammar's been good for me because I've learned from it. The logic, obviously, 2 years of us going through this, logic's always been with us, but looking into logic and discussing it with everybody else within the server, I mean, that's where 90% of my learnings come from, is the discussion with everybody in here and around logic, the formulation of logical sentences. That's where it's come, my main learning. So if I can do that with rhetoric as well, I'll be happy. I'm already happy.
Yeah, for me it's similar. For me, it's the extension of the logic from the grammar that I never knew. Right, I never knew there was a connection between the two. Like most other people, I went through grammar school and learned quote unquote grammar, but I never tied it to logic until we went through this. Until we did this, never knew there was a link there. But clearly, there's a link there. There's absolutely a link there.
Yeah, these tie-ins to logic is obvious. It's obvious logic has been hidden, and then discovering it again. That I don't want to get too, into the logic, but I mean, it is the bullshit detector, and also not just logic is the bullshit detector, but process your brain goes through, the thinking process that is required for logic. That process that you develop is the bullshit detector, and it only gets more and more attuned.
Do we need logic to detect bullshit?
Well, I don't know. I think some bullshit is self-evident. That is bullshit.
Okay. What I believe is that people, regardless of and having or understanding logic, for me it's inherent. Like it's inherent in every single person, right? We've got those inherent abilities to detect the bullshit or nonsense and contradictions, and right.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Skep. I agree with you. I was just gonna say, I think it's the more tricky kinds of bullshit that logic helps you get to. It's the stuff that could otherwise trick you. The idea that you could be a wizard could play a trick on you if you're not too careful. But yeah, as Bev said, and I think you're right, there's some that are just so self-evident. You go, come on, dude. Now, I will say in defense of other people that come around here, they would look at us and go, obviously, 'tis globe. I mean, there's a bullshit detector right there. You guys are full of shit. Level is horizontal. But there you go. That's how do you pick out who's being the sophist and who's not, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that somebody else is bullshit, and they'll say why, and you could possibly come up with a fallacy. You can point out where their bullshit is, but they could just turn around and say, well, that's you, you're bullshit.
Yeah.
It depends who's listening or whatever, because if there's only two people, one person says, that was a bullshit, they say, no, you're bullshitting.
Yeah, it's like,
where does that come to then? Who's right? Who uses what in order to make their conclusion? So you could say, well, I'm deriving this logic, and here's the fallacy. And they could say, no, I'm not using that logic. I mean, that's the end of the conversation, right? You can't get. There's an impasse that's never going to be resolved.
Absolutely.
So, Bev, what was that main question you asked me today about the upside down mindset? Or can I accept basically being in upside down world?
Can you
What was that?
conceptually put yourself upside down?
See, that's illogical, right?
Well,
That's
no,
what
it's
I'm
his
saying.
question.
Like,
It's conceptually. It's just a conceptual question. Can you conceptually place yourself upside down? Like, close your eyes now. Can you imagine yourself upside down? Is it possible for you to do that?
but conceptually, I can do all sorts of shit, really. But
Can you?
conceptually speaking, yeah,
You can fly
yeah,
upside down,
yeah.
or you're not heading to the ground.
But that's conceptually again. But you're not grounding that in reality, right? But just conceptual. You can fly, you can whatever. Imagine you're on Mars, upside down or whatever.
Can you? You can.
Yeah, you can, yeah. Conceptually.
No. You can. You. Don't tell me what I can do.
I
Like,
imagine?
can you conceptually imagine yourself upside down? It's either yes or a no, really.
Yeah. I can, yeah.
Okay, I've never. You are, well, the second person to say that. A lot of people haven't even answered yet. They may be thinking about whether they can or they can't. It's just something I'm curious in for myself. I cannot conceptually
What do you
put
mean you
myself.
cannot?
I can't conceptually. I mean, I could do a handstand, but that's not conceptually placing myself upside down. Because my natural state is the right way up. I can't go against that natural state.
But everything is basically possible conceptually. Because you deal with concepts and ideas.
Yeah, but like I say, I can't even conceptually do that.
So that's you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking to Paper, but I don't think Paper couldn't conceptually put himself as upside down.
Oh.
I couldn't either.
Yeah. And John. So, I mean, in order for you to be able to conceptually put yourself upside down, how do you do that? Just, do you have a method of being able to do that?
What do you mean?
Does it involve alcohol or?
Can you see yourself? Can you see yourself walking on the ceiling?
You can think on gravity, something pull you to.
You have to think of gravity. It's the only thing.
No.
That's
Ruhif didn't have to. Ruhif just thought of another person and made it relative to that other person. That's how Ruhif said he could do it.
Yeah, but to him, gravity was an automatic, a given. He didn't
mention gravity at all. Like,
I know.
I know, but you've brought that in. Like Ruhif just said, in order for him to conceptualize it, all he had to do was think of me, and then he could place himself conceptually upside down.
Or I can stand on a mirror, see myself upside down. Right?
suppose. See yourself as upside down. Don't know. See, something sounds...
Think of drinking a glass of water upside down.
But Ruhif literally sees himself upside down to you, right, Bev? Is that what he's saying?
He can
It's the literal?
conceptualize himself as being upside down when he thinks of me. Obviously, because I'm in a different part, a different place. But, you know, like what I said to him was, does not everybody have themselves as being on the top? So how do you conceptually put someone else at the top and yourself as the underneath? It seems backwards, but even that belief where everybody's on the top.
Let me guess. He said it's relative. They're both upside down to each other.
No, relative to me is what he did.
Yeah.
He used the me as the thing that he could be relative to, but rather than putting me upside down and him at the right way up, he could conceptualize himself as underneath and put himself upside down.
Or you were right side up?
Yeah.
That would be the first.
Yeah, he put me the right way up and himself is upside down. That's what I mean. It's
I didn't understand.
Different, right?
Yeah, this is groundbreaking.
He's not imagining somebody else being antipodal. He's placing himself upside down.
Yeah. This is a whole different ball game now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, mentally, it's a completely different place, isn't it? Because you can easily imagine yourself as the right way up and somebody else is being upside down. That's well conceivable, right? In the mind games of things, but putting yourself upside down is a little bit...
It's a touch harder.
Well, we said it's the song, right? I come from a land down under. They've had it drilled into them with this repetitive things, and that's part of their identity now, that song. It's like a national anthem.
That's how brainwashing works, through repetition.
Yeah, but Rufus going to catch a lot of flack for this from his buddies, because they've been fighting against that statement for years. They would laugh out loud upon hearing that.
Yeah, strange times we're in, indeed. Strange times indeed.
There is no up. There is no down. That's their mantra.
Except when you're conceptualizing yourself as being upside down.
You know, it's the reality trying to separate itself from the fantasy, and the fantasy's got a good grasp. It doesn't want to let go. I think that's where we're at. And I don't know how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that there are some bad times to come, because this sort of stuff is already playing on people's minds. And they've been playing with people's minds for a very long time. I don't know how they're going to go.
Well, they want robots. I think that's their goal. Not that they don't have them already.
Oh, that's what I wanted to go over as well. The people in the chat. If you It looks like Rumpus isn't going to be doing his test. We wanted to go down there and that, but it's just not looking promising, and we don't want to miss the summer. So we are thinking of going to Bedford within maybe a month or so. I don't know. So if anybody wants to come down to the On the Level annual Home of the Level meetup, pop into Next Level Discord. And we'll be hopefully, well, I'll keep you updated within the YouTube, but in order for us to get to know who's coming and what.
If it wasn't for the bullshit of having to get there from here, I would go for sure. I would come. I would, no doubt. I would come. I'm not willing to go through all that crap.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's probably going to be like we'll go over there for Saturday night, and then Sunday as well. Hopefully, then we can get all of the different daytime conditions. Try and get there as early as we can on Saturday. Camp over or sleep in the cars or do whatever. Tents on the Bedford Canal.
You know what would be nice? I'm sure it's not going to happen, but Rumpus, if you're listening, come to your senses. You have guys with the tools and everything. Make a collaboration. I'm sure Bev will accommodate you, and you can get something done, bro, instead of wasting another year, Rumpus.
Well, like I say, we're going to go there. I've got a couple of ideas. I want to have a GIF or two that I want to get together. If anybody wants to come, bring your drone, bring your cameras, just come together for a meetup. We do have a couple of things we want to do. Simple things as well. Mainly it's just to get together, meet up. Maybe we might be able to plan tests that we can do and see how well we can get together. I don't know. Yeah. Coming soon. So if anybody, I'm going to have to put this out again. You'll have to remind us. If anybody wants to do that, come on into Next Level Discord. Have a word with us. And we'll try and keep you. I mean, if you maybe there's a weekend that you can't do it, a weekend that would be better. Maybe weather conditions. Obviously, we're going to have to try and fit it around weather conditions. And I'm not too sure how well that's going to go in the UK. I'd like to get some filming out of it, at least. Not with umbrellas. So anybody else got anything you want to go over, and we'll I'm hoping we can get some people to come in and have a word. I'm going to go over the geometry problems tomorrow on Euclid night. Twin tangents, I think. Perpendicular. We'll go over the simple geometry to prove how simple this is. See if I can get on the whiteboard. I'll get Buster ready. Anybody? Final statements or anything?
If you don't mind, I'd just like to give a shout out to
Sure.
Trinity 4. He's been doing a great job out at Speaker's Corner over there. I don't know if you know who he is, but he's got a lot of people paying attention to him.
Nice.
Trinity 4, do you know who he is?
No, I don't. No.
So he's he's a really good guy, and he's out there at Speaker's Corner, man.
It's a hard job.
Yeah, the hard job, man, but he does it well. He does it well. He's about a 50, I think he's 54 or 57, he said, but been through some shit, and he actually served in the war. I can't remember which one, but he was a tank commander. and he converted. He knows the truth now, and he's out there preaching, man. He does a good job with people. Just want to give him a shout out.
Nice.
Anybody that's not aware of it, they should go check him out. Trinity 4.
Thank you very much.
Number 4. Trinity number 4.
Have him pass by. Tell him to come and have a chat with us.
Yeah, he's supposed to do a meetup with some Jason of Disbury and John Smith. Global, he's supposed to be meeting up with those guys in a few days, I guess.
Right. Jason Didsbury was at the Bedford Canal when we went there the first time with my lad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you have a chat with him?
Yeah.
He's a decent guy, right?
Yeah, he's a good guy. I think I've still got some of his little business card things. We had to use them to prop up the camera.
The Tank Commander?
No, Jason Didsbury.
Oh, okay. That guy would be interesting to talk to. Imagine a Tank Commander.
Yeah, he's got his shit together, SC. You would enjoy his videos. Check him out.
I'm sure he knows about ranges and all that other stuff. I would love a chance to talk with him.
Yeah, and he does talk to people. People that invite him to have a chat, he'll come and talk. He's not shy or anything like that. He's a good guy.
Good on him. Right, okay, ready to queue and Buster up. Everybody else is done. Thank you very much for joining us. Join us tomorrow. We'll go over some geometry, probably tie in a bit of logic and stuff as well. Just trying to pick which. Oh, there you go. That's a good one. Okay, thank you. Leave you out, Buster.
It is probably the single most important mathematical idea of all. The notion of proof by circle and line or ruler and compass construction means that geometry can be known about in a way that is different from knowing about physical things, and so makes geometry epistemically differentiated. Furthermore, starting from circles and lines alone and constructing a relationship using circles and lines alone makes the conclusions certain in a way that nothing else was at the time. In geometric reasoning, the argument and the conclusions were made supremely clear and evident to the senses. Indeed, the concept of proof, a mechanism that gave a warrant for claiming geometry to be perfectly and absolutely true, made geometry the very paradigm of what we mean true and certain knowledge to be. In effect, in our understanding of nature, true means true, like geometry is true.
Come go with me. Open your mind. Was all I ever knew. Finding the knowledge of the real world starts with the point of which has no parts. These are the axioms of life.
True.
And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality. They were right.
We call this
We know that they were right.
true. We call this proof, like geometry is true.
Starting with circles and lines alone, constructing the nature of what's known.
We call this proof.
Conclusions are clear and the evidence seen. This 3D space works perfectly. And I take my chances with the old ways, finding the proofs in geometry. And I don't care what all the sophists say. I find the proofs in reality.
Geometry is true. Perfect. Absolutely.
And all around you is sinking sand. We'll have a place on which to stand. Foundations were already built for you.
Absolutely true.
Open your mind, and I'll take my chances with the older ways, hearing the words of what the ancients said. They say my words sound like sorcery, but there's wisdom in all honesty. Come go with me. Open your mind. Come go with me. We'll find the truth.
Absolutely
True.